Chapter 333. Oh my God! Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth and stared at Xia Yan in astonishment. Why is Xia Yan standing in the ring? There's a reason for everything. She's more outstanding than you, and she's even more hard-working than you are. What right do you have to question her? Xia Yan, who was charred and badly mutilated, looked even more shocking. However, in reality, there were plenty of people who were more severely injured than Xia Yan during the competition and training. She merely looked serious on the surface and seemed to be more shocking. One could imagine what kind of inhuman suffering the awakened had gone through to get to where they were today. Jiang Shao couldn't catch his breath at all. It was really difficult for him to use star techniques that required a large amount of star power, such as platinum sound of silence. However, Jiang Shao still tried his best to throw Bell out amidst the panic. Before he went on stage, Jiang Shao had already left imprint on his team members. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. At this moment, it had indeed come in handy. The clear and melodious sound of Bell finally sounded, and the flickering medical light shone on Li Wei, who was struggling to resist. He then rushed toward Xia Yan, who was on the enemy's side. All of a sudden, a purplish-blue oval portal appeared in front of Ying Shi. Is it a portal? Or is it a storage space? Or is it similar to Han Jiangshue's Sky Smasher? Ying Shi waved his hand, and Xia Yan, who was flying at a high speed, straightened her back and bent her body like a bow. She then sped up and flew towards Ying Shi. Xia Yan! Han Jiangxue exclaimed in shock. At this rate, Xia Yan would be able to plunge into Ying Shi's purplish-blue space portal. However, it was already good enough that Han Jiangxue could maintain the flame's shield while being disturbed by the strange white flames. If you let her, there was no way Han Jiangxue wouldn't save Xia Yan. Hence, she subconsciously used Barren Wind. Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned and thought, as long as I don't use star techniques that require a large amount of star power, will I be able to avoid the interference of the strange flames? At the next moment, Han Jiangxue fell into the cracked ground, and her right leg was submerged in the volcano. Sky Smasher could block one side, but it couldn't block the eruptions from all directions. The flame shield had once been able to protect her, but now she couldn't control herself. All of this happened too suddenly. Otherwise, Jiang Zhao's Zhongling would have prioritized healing Han Jiangxue. At this moment, Zhongling chased and eventually caught up to Xia Yan, who had been blown off course by Han Jiangxue, and began to heal her body. Jiang Shao raised his hand abruptly, and the three enemies moved horizontally in unison. This time they did not move to the right but to the left and the back. However, Jiang Shao simply raised his hand without using any star techniques. Jiang Shao looked anxious and raised his hand to buy some precious time for Xia Yan. However, he was staring at Han Jiangxue, who had fallen into the crack in the distance. The flame shield on Han Jiangshue's body seemed to be on the verge of shattering at any moment. Not only was the durability of the flame shield reaching its end, but Han Jiangxue was also being disrupted by Ying Shi's strange flames, causing the shield to appear intermittently. It shattered. The flame shield was finally broken. Jiang Shao threw Bell at Han Jiangxue with all his might with the help of half a breath of oxygen. Han Jiangshue's shield shattered. Before that, Han Jiangxue pulled her leg out of the crack and quickly retreated to the side. However, where was there a safe place? Ying Shi had almost turned half of the battlefield into a volcanic zone. Ying Shi retreated calmly, clearly knowing what was more important. He first put down Xia Yan, who was at the side, and then put the strange flames on Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao. Is he going to control me until I die? Jiang Shao was finally getting his retribution for manipulating others in the past. To make matters worse, Enmi, who was a melee fighter, had already joined the battle with Xia Yan. All of a sudden, Xia Yan's eyes were filled with Wu Haoyang's image. The long Zamadeo was indeed somewhat similar to Wu Haoyang's crescent sword. However, after 2 moves, Xia Yan realized that she was wrong. Wu Haoyang was bold and unrestrained, and his honest character could be seen in every move he made. He did not use any unorthodox methods, and was instead full of righteousness. However, Enmi Zamadeo was strange, cunning, vicious, and lethal. He would always be able to attack Xia Yan's vital parts from all sorts of strange angles. It was really terrifying. One was a ferocious tiger, while the other was a venomous snake. Their methods were different, but they were equally lethal. Jiang Zhao's feet suddenly became unstable, and the ground cracked open, almost drowning him. Xiaopi! Li Wei's perception was very high. He leaped backward abruptly and pressed his shield against the ground with his left hand. He then slid sideways towards Jiang Zhao. Along the way, Li Wei was drowned in the flames and magma that were spewing out. Jiang Zhao endured the intense pain and sank into the torn ground, allowing the scorching flames to baptize him. It was as if he had to complete a mission even if he had to give up his legs. What kind of mission? Han Jiangxue discovered that she could still use star techniques that required less star power. She actually blew Yingxi into the air with barren wind. After that, Han Jiangxue was completely trapped in the crack in the ground. Beep, beep. The sharp whistle was short and rapid. Han Jiangxue has lost her ability to fight. The tens of thousands of people in the stadium were in an uproar. Han Jiangxue has lost her ability to fight? The quality of the staff at the scene was extremely high. The purification, healing, and concealment were done in one go. Several white rays of light darted into the crack immediately. The invisible person was still there and immediately pulled Han Jiangxue out. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue had really fainted from the bombardment. Kai Xiaoqi slammed the table and yelled, "It's over! The king of Beijiang, Han Jiangshue's shield has shattered and she has fallen into the crack of the volcano. She has fainted from the explosion. Most importantly, she took the initiative to give up on escaping and let herself fall into the crack just to blow Yingxi into the sky?" Yi Xuanyang asked, "Why is she so strong-willed? What's the purpose of doing that? If she dodges, there might still be a chance. Even if the entire place is filled with volcanoes, with her physique, she's still." "Ah!" Kai Xiaoqi yelled agitatedly, "A chance? Everything is for a chance. She's using her life in exchange for a chance." Yi Xuanyang covered her chest with her tiny hands and said in a trembling voice, "Do we really have to be so shocked?" Jiang Xiaopi seized the opportunity created by Sister. He seized the opportunity, but does Xiaopi have a death wish too? It turned out that Yingxi, who had been blown into the sky, was a little flustered. As soon as he stabilized his body with his Wind Series star technique, he was shrouded by a pillar of holy light. Like a bird flying in the sky that was hit by a stone shot from a slingshot, Yingxi lost control and fell straight down. Jiang Zhao's legs had also sunk into the crack, and he was being bombarded. Damn it. Even though he's being attacked, his resentment still hasn't been triggered? What kind of probability is that? At this moment, the person who should have appeared the most, at the most appropriate time, at the most appropriate place, appeared. Li Wei had never forgotten his mission. He held onto the shield with one hand and plunged into the crack. To be exact, he was dashing towards Jiang Zhao. Li Wei grabbed Jiang Zhao's palm with his right hand and pulled him out of the abyss, which was filled with magma and flames. Li Wei was furious and tried his best to throw him towards the relatively safe midfield. Rumble! At the next moment, Li Wei plunged into the crack and the flames of the explosion engulfed him again. How many people's efforts were needed in exchange for a beautiful ending? Jiang Zhao, who was thrown into the air, twisted his body and landed heavily on the ground. In fact, he was even rolling around continuously. Yi Xuanyang clenched her fists nervously and yelled, "Han Jiangxue, Jiang Zhao, the hard work of the two team members has finally created an opportunity. Can Xia Yan seize the opportunity that the two of them have created for her?" Xia Yan suddenly raised her sword and a ray of green glow scattered. The divine technique, green glow, that had nurtured the growth of generations of Beijiang, once again showed its proper form. Enmi, who had been pestering her endlessly, was repelled. Xia Yan's face, which had been healed by Zhongling, was now stained with blood, making her shudder. There had never been such a soul-stirring glint in her eyes before. She gripped the giant sword tightly and tightened her slender thighs. She then arched her legs and leaped into the air, aiming the giant sword at Yingxi. Alarmed, Enmi supported herself with her zamadeo and leaped into the air. Li Yuan was dumbfounded. He could attack, but his starfall went straight up and down. Hence, he couldn't attack Xia Yan at all. Yingxi, who was above her, would receive all the stars. Let's heal her then? I hope that Xia Yan will make a mistake. However, would anyone really make a mistake at such a time? Screech. A series of strange sounds were heard, followed by a horrifying scene. The tens of thousands of people in the stadium fell silent. The scene was a little too tragic. Stop when it's appropriate? No, at such a moment, the awakened who were giving their all could no longer stop. They were all getting more ferocious than the other. Beep, beep. The referee whistled again. Yingxi, Xia Yan, and Li Wei have lost their ability to fight. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Yan's face was bleeding profusely and her slender fingers were digging into the ground. Her back had actually been slashed by the zamadeo, and the deep wound made one feel afraid that Xia Yan would be severed at the waist. Yingxi, who had fallen from the sky and couldn't control himself, was pierced by Xia Yan. The wooden sword was inserted into Yingxi's lower abdomen and scattered at the side along with Yingxi. Xia Yan's vision turned black, and before she fainted, the corners of her lips that were dripping with blood were curled up slightly. She deserved to have a name. The three people who had lost their ability to fight were quickly dragged out of the stadium by the staff for treatment. The tens of thousands of people in the stadium were already silent. Tragic. It was too tragic. There had never been such a tragic scene since the semifinals. What kind of youngsters are they? For the sake of victory and glory, they are actually so persistent that they are willing to sacrifice their lives. What kind of beliefs are they harboring in their hearts? What degree of thirst for victory was contained in their unswerving eyes? Everyone was shocked to discover that the awakened were really different from what they had imagined. They were a group of people who were really fighting for glory with their lives. Li Yuan watched dumbfoundedly as Yingxi was carried away. All of a sudden, he felt that something was amiss and hurriedly dodged. However, Zhongling still clung to him. Afterwards, the leaping medical ray returned to the enemy's side of the field, making Li Yuan realize that he was just a tool. Zhongling only needed a target to leap to achieve the effect of turning back. Li Yuan, who wasn't hurt, became a good tool. Wow! Stand up! Stand up! He can still move. He's still alive? There was an uproar in the stadium, and the buzzing sounds of discussion filled the air. Immediately afterwards, cheers, encouragement, applause, and shouts filled the entire stadium. It was as if they were about to explode more than the volcanoes on the ground. That was because the child who was lying on the ground in the middle quickly grew new flesh on his broken legs. The unique sound of Zhongling was accompanied by his presumptuous, throaty voice. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his movements were difficult and he staggered a little. His slightly thin and weak body climbed up shakily. Chapter 334. Thank you to the leader of the Knights of Bloody Battle for the reward of 120,000 Qidian coins. The boss is generous and will update at the end of April. It's a 4,500-word chapter. I hope you guys like it. Xiaopi Jiang Xiaopi. Su Ro, who was watching the livestream at home, yelled excitedly in a hoarse voice. She looked at the back of the camera and couldn't help but burst into tears. She covered her eyes with her hands, but tears continued to flow through the gaps between her fingers. Su Ro's state affected too many people in the livestream. After all, it was the base camp of the fans of Jiangbin High School. Hence, when they saw Jiang Zhao's swaying figure, they felt extremely upset. Although they felt upset, no matter how much support they had, the facts and their abilities were right there. Our side has a healer and the enemy has a healer and a melee fighter. How are we going to fight? How are we going to fight? This is the national finals and our opponents are the champions. Yet, you want to fight them 1-on-2? If it was Han Jiangxue, it might be possible, but if it was Jiang Shao, it's over, it's all over, what's the point of fighting? Pack up and go home for the Lunar New Year. They've already performed very well. They've really done very well. Don't scold them. Yeah, they shouldn't be standing there in the first place. They really fought with their lives on the line. Don't say such depressing things here. As long as they don't die, continue to fight. It's just a simple action of getting up. Why did I cry? That Zamadeo is too ruthless. Xia Yan was almost cut in half at the waist. Xiaopi, stop fighting, don't get hurt again. You're just a support, there's really no need to fight with the warrior. The barrage of comments drowned the lonely figure on the screen. The enemy's half of the field was covered in green. Their half of the field was scorched and in a mess. It was a tragedy caused by purification. To be precise, Jiangbin High School was in such a state because they did not have a star technique of purification. Jiang Shao had always said that blessing could break all laws. Because blessing restored vitality, it could detoxify, heal burns, frostbite, and even dispel mental attacks due to its characteristic. However, blessing could not break through the frost on a person's body or extinguish the flames on a person's body. Blessing could not do anything about it either. Rumble. Bursts of muffled thunder came from the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, the rain poured down, but it did not make people feel any coolness. It was a sultry day, a sultry rain, and even the wind was sultry. The green field was already a mess. The ground was torn apart, lava flowed and flames filled the air. The rain came just in time. No one expected that the rain would become heavier and heavier. Amidst the layers of rain, Dr. Li Yuan of No. 32 High School smoothed his tinfoil hair, a strange smile on his face as he looked at Enmi on his right. Enmi turned to the left and smiled at Li Yuan. She then dragged her long Zamadeo and walked towards Jiang Shao. His light and vigorous steps silently stepped on the green lawn, but it was as if he was stepping into the hearts of the crowd. Jiang Zhao's actions were even more heart-wrenching as he subconsciously took a step back. He reached behind him, only to feel empty air. The giant sword that he used to carry on his back had long been blown away by the volcanic eruptions. Jiang Shao looked around and saw the wooden giant sword that was still burning in the flames. Perhaps Jiang Zhao's swordsmanship was better than Xia Yan's, but at this moment, he was at a disadvantage. Just like Jiang Shao, Xia Yan was also affected by the strange flames and could not control herself. The star power covering her body was intermittent. However, even though Xia Yan's hair was burnt and her face was disfigured, the giant sword in her hand was still protected by layers of star power. At this moment, her blood-stained giant sword had landed in the enemy's half of the field. Due to the fact that the staff wanted to heal Yingxi as soon as possible, they pulled the giant sword out of his body and threw it on the ground. The dark red blood on the broad and thick blade flowed freely under the washing of the rain. Enmi dragged her Zamadeo and trotted forward, after which her figure suddenly disappeared and melted into the rain. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Shao actually dashed forward too? Kai Xiaoqi exclaimed in shock. Jiang Xiaopi is actually fighting with Enmi. What is he trying to do? Yi Xuanyang said. Is he going to fight Enmi in close combat with his bare hands? Is this kid crazy? Is Jiang Shao crazy? Without the restrictions of the strange flames, he could indeed go crazy. Huff! Jiang Shao extended his right hand forward, and the invisible Enmi's pupils constricted slightly as he tilted to the left abruptly. However, Jiang Shao did not throw out blessing, but the area of effect silence. Platinum sound of silence. Enmi felt a tightness in his chest and a sweet taste in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this is silence? Enmi's figure, which had just disappeared, was actually smashed out. The audience finally came to their senses. Jiang Shao was not a weak support. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The star power in Enmi's body surged wildly and messed up his body. While they were stunned, Jiang Shao and Enmi were about to collide. Li Yuan, who was at the back, clearly felt that something was amiss. He had been with Enmi for several years and was naturally very familiar with Enmi's movement. Clearly, Enmi had been hit. Without hesitation, Li Yuan threw a starfall at him. Jiang Shao hurriedly dodged to the right and the dazzling starfall smashed onto the ground, causing a huge pit to appear. Jiang Shao brushed past the stiff Enmi and without saying a word, he raised his hand and threw a sound of silence at Li Yuan. Ahem, ahem. Li Yuan's face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. Jiang Shao brushed past Enmi but did not stop. Instead, he continued running towards the enemy's side of the field. Li Yuan staggered and even trembled a little. Clearly, he had been hit by sound of silence. Is this really sound of silence? Li Yuan was cursing in his heart when he saw Jiang Shao charging towards him. Li Yuan hurriedly ran away and tried to leave the area of effect of sound of silence. However, Jiang Zhao's star power seemed to be free as the platinum sound of silence continuously smashed onto Li Yuan's head. Jiang Shao dashed forward quickly and made use of the momentum to slide on the slippery turf. That was a standard celebratory move after scoring a goal. However, Jiang Shao was not celebrating. Instead, he picked up the giant sword left behind by Xia Yan and sprang up from his knees. He then continued to dash towards Li Yuan. Jiang Shao raised his hand abruptly and Li Yuan, who was running in front, and Enmi, who was chasing after him, tilted their bodies. Jiang Shao merely raised his hand and touched his face that was drenched by the rain. Wow! This support is really tough. Oh my god! Charge! Charge! While the audience was in an uproar, Kai Xiaoqi slammed the table fiercely. Jiang Xiaopi picked up the sword. He picked up the sword left behind by Xia Yan. He didn't give up. Is he trying to carve out a future? Yi Xuanyang's eyes lit up. Xiaopi is charging towards Li Yuan. Jiang Xiaopi is charging towards the enemy support. He wielded the sword with his left hand and used sound of silence with his right hand. One was attacking while the other was controlling. No helpers? No problem. Another shot of sound of silence restricted Enmi's movements once again. Not only did Enmi kneel on the ground, but he also felt his heart sink. Without Ingxi's restraint, this support is actually so ferocious? However, Jiang Shao did not give up and shot out a thick black line. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's star power was already depleted. Star beads were not allowed to be used to replenish star power during the competition, but it didn't matter. Enmi was now Jiang Zhao's human-shaped star bead. Enmi resisted the urge to vomit blood. Before he could snap back to his senses, he felt the star power in his body disappearing rapidly. Platinum countercurrent light. In everyone's eyes, the line between Jiang Shao and Enmi was lengthened infinitely. In Li Yuan's world, Jiang Zhao's figure was magnified infinitely. Li Yuan continuously retreated while holding up the flame shield with one hand and shooting a series of starfall at him. Huff. Sound of silence. Soul imprint. Cough, cough, pff. Li Yuan couldn't help but cough loudly and spit out a mouthful of blood. He bent over and placed one hand on his knee. His star technique was forcibly interrupted in the process, and his body suffered a great deal of damage from sound of silence. The shield in his hand was gone, and so were the starfall in the sky. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Jiang Shao actually dragged his sword and rushed into the sound of silence. Beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded again. Li Yuan has lost his ability to fight. There were no invisible staff members dragging him, nor were there any healing rays coming from the outside. Everything was back to normal again. Jiang Zhao's huge sword slid past Li Yuan's neck, but he did not hurt him at all. Jiang Zhao stepped out of the Sound of Silence and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. My Sound of Silence. Are you afraid? The 60,000 people in the stadium fell silent as they stared at Jiang Zhao dumbfoundedly. They never expected the story to be filled with twists and turns. How could such an accident happen at the end of the competition? A support, in a situation where the enemy melee fighter was present, had forcefully cleared out the enemy support under the enemy melee fighter's eyes? Jiang Zhao took a deep breath and tried to ease the agitated star power. He wiped his eyes that were blurred by the rainwater and pointed the giant sword at Enmi. Now it's fair. There was an uproar in the stadium. Now it's fair? What kind of nonsense is that? You're just a support, do you know that? Your star techniques are meant to be used to assist others. The opponent is a melee fighter, and his star techniques are meant for killing. Yet you're saying, now it's fair. Thunder rumbled and it rained heavily. The applause and cheers of the audience could not be concealed at all. Would the young man with the giant blade be like a brave warrior who turned the tide and supported the collapsing building? Or will he be like a clown who hides a knife in his smile? This world needs heroes. This world needs heroes. Enmi was at a loss for words. In a one-on-one battle, it was really difficult for him to get out of Jiang Zhao's line of sight. Even though he had an invisibility star technique, it was rendered useless in front of Jiang Zhao. At this moment, Enmi's internal injuries were dragging him down, and the star power that was running amok in his body made him suffer greatly. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Zhao's Sound of Silence seemed to be free, and the thick countercurrent light was once again connected to Enmi, who was staggering in his steps, frantically absorbing the star power in his body. The platinum-quality Sound of Silence consumed a lot of star power. If Jiang Zhao had a blue bar, he would be able to clearly see that every time he used Sound of Silence, his star power would drop by a large amount. That instead helped the countercurrent light, and the star power in Jiang Zhao's body decreased rapidly while the countercurrent light rapidly absorbed the star power from Enmi's body. Jiang Zhao was feeling better, but Enmi felt like he was dying. The audience was dumbfounded. Enmi was a melee fighter and his star power level was higher than Jiang Zhao's. He should have had a professional advantage and a physical advantage, but what happened in the end? Enmi was walking towards Jiang Zhao step by step. He did not roll or crawl, but he was really staggering. Enmi could not use his martial arts and was completely controlled by the Sound of Silence. However, Enmi did not give up. He only had one goal in mind, and that was to get close to Jiang Zhao. Get close to him. Let this damned support hold back for fear of hurting the innocent. Make him unable to use Sound of Silence. When Enmi went through the ordeal and endured the excruciating pain in his body, he rushed over physically and mentally. However, Jiang Zhao gave up on Sound of Silence. Why? Due to the fact that Jiang Zhao and Enmi shared their star power, they could not cast silence. The vigorous star power in Enmi's body had been destroyed by Jiang Zhao. Is there anything more disgusting in this world than using your star power to silence you? Their star power was almost depleted. Jiang Zhao gave up on the countercurrent light and used nostalgia. I heard that nostalgia and dawn are more compatible. A time scale suddenly appeared under Jiang Zhao's feet and rotated quickly. At the same time, Jiang Zhao swung his giant sword and charged forward. Come on. Bayonet. Close combat. Don't be a coward if you're a man. Jiang Zhao's face was full of fighting spirit and his rampage ignited the stadium with tens of thousands of people. Enmi was cursing in his heart. Are you full of King food and drink? What about me? You drained my star power, smashed my head, and caused my body to bleed. Yet you want to fight me with a bayonet now? Are you going to die? Bang! Raindrops splashed everywhere. Enmi, who had just been focused on by Sound of Silence, was really fighting with his willpower. If it were any other support, it might only limit Enmi's performance. However, this was Jiang Shao. His sound of silence could smash someone to death. The wooden giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand brushed against the side of the Zamadeo, causing a bloody wound to appear on Enmi's shoulder and upper arm. Enmi's already pale face was about to turn ashen and stiff. Under the effect of nostalgia, the small amount of star power in Enmi's body was all absorbed by Jiang Zhao's giant sword, from the beginning of the competition until now. When Jiang Shao faced Enmi and Li Yuan alone, the situation was completely one-sided. No one would believe that Jiang Shao was actually suppressing the two of them. Enmi was controlled from the beginning to the end without any room to struggle or resist. In fact, he couldn't even keep a little bit of star power as Jiang Shao had snatched it all away. Ah! Enmi dragged his seriously injured body and roared angrily. Even the heavy rain could not stop his indignant roar. Enmi's movements had already changed, and he was like a trapped beast that was fighting. It made everyone sigh. Jiang Shao did his best and did not slack off at all. Xia family swordsmanship 10th form. Jiang Shao raised his giant sword abruptly and his words caught everyone's attention. Is he still hiding a dagger behind his smile? However, the young man's face was so determined that he didn't seem to be joking. Enmi held the sword with both hands and slashed at it, only to hear Jiang Zhao's voice. 10th form, Great Compassion. Jiang Shao raised the sword with both hands, but it was accompanied by a blessing gesture. Enmi was bewitched and he jumped away from the spot without reflex. The holy pillar of light enveloped Enmi, causing him to completely lose his composure. Great Compassion, this blessing will ensure that your life is in no danger. Great Compassion, this giant sword will shatter your lifelong dreams. Bang! The giant sword with a rich green glow fell. It was covered with star power and had a strong attacking effect. It actually cut the wooden sword in half and slashed at Enmi's chest. Enmi, who had already suffered serious internal injuries, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He spat out blood and flew backward. Beep, beep. The whistle pierced through the heavy rain. Enmi has lost his ability to fight. Jiang Shao panted heavily. A bolt of lightning cut through the sky and lit up his dark eyes that were mixed with rain. Great Compassion! Great Compassion! Great Victory! Chapter 335. This chapter was Chapter 328. The previous chapter was written incorrectly. Victory, plus 10 skill points. Champion of the National High School League, plus 30 skill points. Current skill points. 113. Jiang Shao inserted the giant sword into the ground and held the hilt with his left hand while wiping his wet face with his right hand. He then rubbed his eyes that were mixed with rainwater. Jiang Shao gave Enmi 2 bells in a row before giving himself a blessing. While healing Enmi, he also healed himself. During the first half of the battle, which was before Jiang Shao emptied Enmi's star power, he had been connecting the two of them with countercurrent light. Although the absorption of Enmi's star power was extremely effective, he was also transferring vitality to Enmi at the same time. In other words, in the first half, although Enmi was the one who suffered internal injuries and Jiang Shao was not in pain, Jiang Shao had been using his vitality to support Enmi. When Enmi's star power was depleted, Jiang Shao put away countercurrent light and replaced it with nostalgia. Only then did he purely and crazily absorb Enmi's star power and vitality. However, even so, Jiang Shao still felt uncomfortable at this moment. His blood was boiling, and after the intense killing had passed, Jiang Shao chose to heal himself steadily. What did the internal star map show just now? 113 skill points? There were 3 competitions, the top 8, the top 4, and the finals. 10 skill points for each competition, totaling 30 points. In addition to the 30 points from the National League, Jiang Shao had obtained a total of 60 skill points. I guess it's just passable. I'd rather go to the snowfield to kill foreign invaders and get more skill points. Jiang Shao suddenly realized that it might be a good thing for him to stay in the nebula stage for a while longer. After all, if his star power realm was low, there would be a greater chance of leapfrogging when fighting against foreign enemies. Jiang Shao looked at his gains on the internal star map and was relatively calm. However, the world had gone crazy. As the referee waved the flag and announced that Enmi had lost the ability to fight, the entire stadium erupted in an uproar. The rain could not dampen the enthusiasm of the people as they applauded, cheered, and whistled. Kai Xiaoqi slammed the table so hard that his palms turned red. Jiang Xiaopi finally revealed the 10th form of the Xia family swordsmanship. Its name was Great Compassion, and Great Compassion. Jiang Xiaopi actually won. Oh my God, is this real? Yi Xuanyang was so agitated that she covered her chest with her hands. Her lips were trembling, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Kai Xiaoqi realized that there was no one else to back him up. Hence, he had no choice but to continue the conversation. This is the first time that the representative team of Beijiang Province has made it to the semi-finals, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. This dark horse actually stayed dark to the end, overturning all the tyrants along the way. Yi Xuanyang finally took a deep breath. Her face was flushed as she echoed excitedly, "Yes, the preliminary round will be against Team King, Nanyue Province's Great Bay High School. The semi-finals will be against the traditional powerhouse, Nankai High School of Tianjin, and the finals will be against Imperial City's number 32 High School. The value of this championship is so high that it's scary." Kai Xiaoqi, that's right. The moment the finals started, Yingxi shocked everyone. After Yuan Qinghua and Han Jiangxue, he became the third galaxy stage overlord of the cohort and trampled on the students of Jiangbin High School. The galaxy overlord Han Jiangxue even perished together with Yingxi. Yi Xuanyang said, "The cohort of Cohort 2016 is really full of powerhouses. It's extremely exciting and full of ups and downs. It's really a big show." Kai Xiaoqi said, "The Dark Horse and the 8th Black Horse are going to fight for the championship. The overlord of the galaxy stage is going to be called the King in the end. What kind of director would dare to take on such a script?" While the two hosts were chatting on stage, Jiang Shao felt that someone was rushing towards him. "Oh my God! Xiaopi! Xiaopi, I love you!" Accompanied by the moving shouts, a tall figure darted into the venue and broke through the layers of rain, pouncing towards Jiang Shao like a husky. How could Jiang Shao not have noticed it? He just didn't dare to dodge. If he were to dodge the human cannonball in front of everyone, the husky would probably go crazy, wouldn't it? After all, she still cared about her pride. Plop! Jiang Shao was knocked to the ground by Xia Yan and was even used as a skateboard. The two of them slid on the wet turf for several meters. Star warriors, especially those who were auxiliary, were really too powerful. Xia Yan looked like she was about to be cut in half just now, but she was already full of energy and vigor now. However, even though the medical star warrior healed Xia Yan's burnt face and her badly mutilated body, he couldn't heal her short hair that had been burnt. "It's great that you're all right." Jiang Shao hugged Xia Yan's body in a flurry and tried to get up to look out of the venue while speaking. If the husky had been completely healed, Han Jiangxue and Li Wei should be fine too, right? That should be the case. If something had happened to the two of them, Xia Yan wouldn't have been so happy. We won. We won. The 10th move, Great Compassion. I like this name. Xia Yan exclaimed excitedly. Mua Jiang Shao was dumbfounded because not only did Xia Yan use him as a skateboard, but she even held Jiang Zhao's head with both hands and kissed his cheek while they were sliding on the turf. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The people of the world were watching. The two of them finally stopped and Xia Yan propped her upper body up and knelt on Jiang Zhao's body. She then rubbed his buzz cut and said, "You're indeed my good disciple. You've surpassed me. So, teacher-student? What kind of terrible move is that? Jiang Shao frantically pushed Xia Yan away and she stood up, pulling Jiang Shao along with her. She was overly agitated and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Xia Yan continued to cluck her tongue in admiration, seemingly in disbelief. You really did it. You're just a toxic healer, but you actually won against two opponents at the same time. You even fought against the enemy's melee and support combination. You actually won? Amidst the pouring rain, Jiang Shao wiped his wet face. Jiang Shao smiled faintly, concealing his merits and reputation. Not every drop of milk is called a special loser. Hai Tianqing, who had just rushed over to celebrate, suddenly had an urge to kick Jiang Shao to death when he heard his words. What do you mean? Who are you looking down on? Do we, the healers, deserve to lose? Hai Tianqing didn't have a chance to flare up because Li Wei and Han Jiangxue had also run over. Han Jiangxue was a girl after all, and she wasn't as crazy as the husky. Hence, she was a little more reserved. Li Wei's actions were rather drastic. He opened his arms and seemed to want to hug Jiang Shao, but in fact, he was treating Jiang Shao like a skateboard. Xia Yan felt her vision blur. Jiang Shao was right in front of her just now. How did he suddenly disappear? When he turned around, he saw that the poor toxic healer had been pounced on by the tall and burly Li Wei. He was being pressed under Li Wei's body and sliding on the wet lawn. Xiaopi! Xiaopi! You're amazing! Li Wei laughed and shouted Jiang Zhao's name repeatedly. Jiang Shao had never seen the usually calm Li Wei so excited. Perhaps he had really underestimated the value of the National League champion to an awakened. With Hai Tianqing's help, Li Wei finally suppressed the joy of victory. Jiang Shao also stood up, and as soon as he stabilized himself, he saw Han Jiangxue standing beside Xia Yan not too far away. The rain gradually subsided, and there were also rays of sunlight tearing through the dark clouds in the distant sky. Rays of light shone on the ground, and he believed that the sky would clear up soon. Little Jiangxue was dressed in a brand-new but already drenched uniform, and her long black hair was stuck to her ears. Her exquisite face was full of joy, and she was looking at Jiang Shao with pride in her eyes. Jiang Shao opened his arms. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows. As soon as Jiang Shao got up from the grass, he immediately lay on the ground again and adjusted his posture. He said, "Hurry, they've hugged each other just now. You're the only one left." Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao and spat with a smile. "Go. Everyone, please calm down. We're setting up the award stage, and the award ceremony will be held in half an hour. Contestants, please leave first." The host's voice suddenly filled the venue. Hai Tianqing hurriedly pulled Jiang Shao, who was lying on the ground, up and led everyone back to the players' locker room. Everyone had been celebrating despite the heavy rain just now. Clearly, they had gotten wet again. Half an hour was just enough time for them to shower and change their clothes. After repeatedly confirming that Han Jiangxue's injuries were not serious, and to be exact, there wasn't even a scar on her body, Jiang Shao felt at ease and went to shower and change his clothes. Half an hour later, when the students obeyed the summons and walked into the arena again, the sky had already cleared up and the sun was shining on the ground. The scene was beautiful. Amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers of the audience, the team from Jiangbin High School was the last to enter the arena. The runner-up team from Beijing No. 32 High School had just finished presenting the award, and they exited the arena on the other side. The two teams did not pass by each other again, but they looked at each other from afar for a few seconds. The shield warrior Gao Kuan, the melee fighter Yin Mi, and the assistant Li Yuan did not say anything, but their leader, Ying Shi, was friendly to everyone. He even nodded at Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao with a look of awe on his solemn and squarish face. At this moment, Ying Shi's aura and style were clearly superior to the other three members of the team. Next, let's welcome the champion team of the 2016 National High School League, Jiangbin High School, to the stage to receive the award. While the host was speaking passionately, the four of them quickly ascended the podium with light footsteps. Members of the champion team of the 2016 National High School League, Li Wei Xiaoyan, Han Jiangxue Jiang Xiaopi. Your hard work and efforts have won the respect of everyone. Your names will also be recorded in history at this moment. As the awards ceremony began, another shocking piece of news was announced by the host. The MVP of the 2016 National High School League Finals, Most Valuable Student, is Jiang Xiaopi. Top. Chapter 336. Most Valuable Student? He was even the MVP of the finals. There were a total of 8 people on both sides, and 2 of them were Galaxy Stage Rules Awakened. Everyone had witnessed their performance. Even Xia Yan managed to defeat the Shield Warrior Gao Kun and the Rules Awakened Ing Shi, which was considered a great achievement. Yet, the FMVP was given to a support? Was the value of this trophy enough? Ah, me. Die. Yes. Su Ro was so agitated that her face was flushed red. She yelled excitedly and kicked the pink chair backward. Perhaps Su Ro wanted the effect of the show, so she exerted more force and overturned the chair. She then lay on the ground and remained motionless. The pop-up comments on the screen appeared one after another. 666666666. Shocking. The best support of Beijiang actually made the female streamer of Penguin fall to the ground. Shocking. The best support of the universe actually made the female streamer do that. Damn it. Awesome. 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 Xiaopi is the MVP. 8 Black Skin, 1617, MVP of the national competition. On the screen, the 4 of them were standing on the podium, waiting for the leaders to present them with the awards. There were handshakes, medals, flowers, and the reward that everyone was looking forward to, high-quality star beads. While shaking hands with the leaders and listening to their words of encouragement, Jiang Xiao secretly glanced at the young lady behind the leaders. Well, he was peeking at the little red box on the plate in her hand. What could be inside? It's a national competition. The officials can't be stingy, right? It's a world-famous event in China. It would be embarrassing if the rewards were too little, wouldn't it? There were monetary rewards, but they had nothing to do with Jiang Xiao and the other contestants. The money was all given to Jiangbin High School. However, the prize money was just a small part of it. Compared to the actual benefits received by the school, the provincial education department, the local government, and other departments, the prize money was really nothing. Lower your head. Han Jiangxue patted Jiang Zhao's back. Jiang Xiao hurriedly lowered his head and put on the medal. After shaking hands with a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, he grabbed the red box. Jiang Xiao thanked her profusely and quickly opened the small square box, after which he gently touched the star bead inside with a look of joy. The entire nation saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Xiao for being a child who couldn't keep his cool at all. They had no idea that Jiang Xiao was not admiring the star beads, but reading the information in the internal star map. White Mountain Fog Star Bead, Platinum Quality. Oh my God! Jiang Zhao's hands trembled and he almost dropped the box on the ground. Platinum quality star beads? Jiang Xiao did have a platinum quality star technique, but it was upgraded by himself. It was his first time seeing a platinum quality star bead. White Mountain Mist Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Techniques. 1. Heal Fog. Creates and releases a ball of white fog that quickly heals the target within the fog. The range, density, and duration of the mist were determined by the amount of star power that the user injected. Gold, upgradable. 2. Star Mist. Creates and releases a ball of white mist that quickly recovers the star power of the target in the mist. The range, density, and duration of the mist were determined by the amount of star power that the user injected. Gold, upgradable. 3. Cleansing Fog. creates and releases a ball of white fog, quickly removing all negative effects, including but not limited to people, within the fog. If there was a target within the cleansing fog would give the target a buff that would increase the target's attributes for a certain period of time. The range, density, and duration of the mist were determined by the amount of star power that the user injected. Platinum, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Note: the host's level of star power is too low. The success rate of absorbing platinum quality star techniques is 30%. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Gold quality can be absorbed? Platinum grade absorption success rate of 30%? My star power level is too low? I'm also at the nebula stage. Although he was only at the early stage of nebula, he was still at the nebula stage. What was the meaning of this broken internal star map? Looking down on others? Besides, I have a platinum quality star technique in my star map. When I absorbed them, they were still gold or below, but now Vengeance, Countercurrent Light, and Sound of Silence have all leveled up to platinum. I'm qualified and capable of mastering platinum quality star techniques. Could it be that the nebula stage couldn't directly absorb platinum quality? It was acceptable to absorb star beads of a higher quality than him, but would he be punished for absorbing star beads of a higher quality than him? Do I have to reach the galaxy stage in order to have a 100% success rate in absorbing platinum star techniques? Although ordinary awakened would only have a higher probability of acquiring gold quality star techniques of the same level when they reach the galaxy stage, I'm not an ordinary person. I'm a toxic healer with an internal star map. Since you're doing this to me, why don't I just find a gold quality star technique and upgrade it to platinum quality on my own? Do you really think you can stop me from using my platinum star technique? Haha, how naive. Jiang Shao was a little flustered because of the sudden message. He focused his attention and carefully looked at the introduction of the star technique, only to discover that the star bead awarded to the champion of the national competition was indeed a little dreamy. Logically speaking, if such a star bead was given to a star warrior in the galaxy stage or even the starfall stage, they might not be able to absorb the star techniques inside, right? Platinum star bead. 2 gold quality star techniques and 1 platinum gold star technique. It could recover HP, MP, and purify. The quality was also a guarantee of the effect. If an assistant had those 3 star techniques, they would probably have to graduate. For ordinary assistants, how precious would gold quality star techniques be? Not to mention the others, Kai Yao, who came in 4th place, and Li Yuan, the assistant of the team that came in 2nd place. What were their star techniques? They were just silver quality star techniques from the Starfall series. If there was no internal star map, Jiang Shao would probably be using silver quality bell and imprint. The difference of 1 quality would make a huge difference in the effects of the treatment. This white mountain fog star bead is really tempting. However, that was only for the other assistants. At this moment, Jiang Shao already had gold quality bell and even gold quality nostalgia. He even had platinum quality countercurrent light. From the looks of it, most of the star techniques of the so-called White Mountain Fog star bead overlapped with Jiang Zhao's star technique. The only thing that was attractive to Jiang Shao was the 3rd platinum quality star technique, Fog of Purification. It could purify all negative effects within a certain range, including but not limited to humans. What does that mean? Can I purify poisoned animals? Plants? I can even purify the earth? Purify the ocean? Does the ocean that is polluted by the wastewater and chemicals discharged by human industries have negative effects? Can I purify it? Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, if it can be calculated, should I absorb this star technique and set off to save the world? Jiang Shao thought about it for a long time and still felt that the so-called purifying the environment should be referring to the environment that was polluted by special star technique. For example, if someone used a star technique to release poison and pollute the air, Jiang Shao would be able to purify the air with this star technique. However, if it was ordinary human pollution, such as the ocean that was polluted by oil leaks, Jiang Shao probably wouldn't be able to purify it. This star technique also had an attractive feature, which was that it could increase the physical attributes of the target within a certain period of time. The introduction was relatively vague, but from the side, since this star technique was rated as a platinum quality star technique, its effects would definitely be extraordinary. Although it might not allow ordinary people to run as fast as the Flash, it would at least allow them to run as fast as Usain Bolt, right? That's just in terms of speed. What about the others? The introduction said that it would increase the overall attribute. In that case, the so-called strength, physique, agility, reaction, physical strength, and so on would all be greatly improved. Jiang Shao hesitated. The third star technique of this star bead was very good, and it just happened to make up for his shortcoming of not having a purifying ability. However, the first two star techniques overlapped with the star techniques that Jiang Shao had. Jiang Shao had very few star slots, so few that he had to calculate every one of them carefully. How could he absorb star techniques with overlapping functions? While Jiang Shao was still in a daze, the team of 4 received flowers and medals. They were also given star beads as rewards. Before Jiang Shao could look at the rewards that the others had received, he heard the host announcing the MVP award. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and saw a middle-aged military officer in front of him who looked to be about 40 years old. His eyes were bright and his figure was tall and straight. He walked towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao also became solemn. The military officer took the MVP trophy from the staff behind him and handed it to Jiang Shao, along with a small square box. Jiang Shao hurriedly grabbed it, his heart filled with bewilderment. Why would a military officer be the guest presenter for such an important award? Then, Jiang Shao felt his strong hand gripping his own tightly. "Congratulations!" Jiang Shao remained silent and did not speak. The military officer held Jiang Zhao's hand, leaned forward slightly, and patted Jiang Zhao's back encouragingly. He said softly, "You guys deserve this." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Afterwards, the cheers completely drowned the entire stadium. However, Jiang Shao felt that there was a hidden meaning behind his words. Jiang Shao responded to the call of the staff, bit the medal, held the trophy, and took photos with the various leaders. However, when he took the second photo, his expression became extremely interesting. Why? It was because Jiang Shao saw what the reward for the MVP was. He knew what the star bead that the military officer gave him was. Void Calamity Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Technique. 1. Spacetime Rift. Cleverly uses spacetime to make you a true fanatic. Consumes a large amount of star power and teleports a short distance. Platinum Quality, Upgradable. 2. Calamity Ruin. Summons a space ruin that is the same as the Calamity Ruin. Platinum Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Note: the host's star power level is too low. The success rate of absorbing platinum quality star techniques is 30%. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Space-type star techniques were the rarest and most precious star techniques in the world. Such star beads were not something that Jiang Shao could come into contact with at all. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to see such a space-type dimensional space, let alone enter it, let alone see a space-type dimensional space. As for the other spaces that were not open to the public, at least you would know where they were, and you would be able to find out what was inside and know that they were not open to the public. However, the dimensional space that produced space-type star techniques was a national secret. No one knew where it was at all. In fact, those who possessed space-type star techniques would have to be recorded in the Star Association. During the 2016 National High School League, Only 3 of the 800 young talents possessed space-type star technique. Those 800 people were the most outstanding batch of awakened in the country. It was very likely that they were the only ones who possessed such star techniques among all the students in China. This year was also a year where there were many talented people. In the past 10 years, there were not many space-type star techniques at all. Is this the MVP reward for me? Last year's MVP did not receive such treatment. The rules awakened took the fire star bead and left. This should be the compensation for the shady dealings during the preliminary round, right? Jiang Xiao almost died on the spot. Daddy, please let me experience such shady dealings a few more times. Chapter 337. Jiang Xiaopi. What's with that expression? Be normal. Hai Tianqing was standing next to the photographer with his mobile phone in hand. He was taking pictures of the team in a bid to record the beautiful scene. However, Jiang Zhao's facial expression was extremely interesting. Hai Tianqing had long wanted to say something, but he couldn't interrupt because the leaders and the team were taking pictures. Now that it was just a group photo, Hai Tianqing finally seized the opportunity to flare up. Huh? Jiang Xiao exclaimed with a look of confusion. So I'm still in Chang'an City Stadium? So I'm still taking pictures here? The star bead of the void calamity had indeed given Jiang Xiao a great shock, and he was a little dazed, making him feel like he was dreaming. That caused Jiang Zhao's attention to be completely focused on the void calamity. The photos taken with the leaders were all taken in a daze, as if he had bumped into a ghost while walking in the dark. Spatial star bead. Oh my God, this, Hai Tianqing exclaimed. Jiang Xiaopi, can't you be more normal? Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses again. Li Wei, Xia Yan, Han Jiangxue, and Jiang Xiaopi were holding their medals, flowers, and trophies in their hands. In the green stadium that was filled with tens of thousands of people, the precious scene was fixed under the bright sunlight that broke through the dark clouds. Han Jiangxue had clearly noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Xiao. After bowing to the audience and leaving the stadium, she gently held Jiang Zhao's arm and asked with concern, "What's the matter? What did the soldier say to you?" Jiang Xiao pondered for a while and said, "Let's talk about it when we get back. By the way, what star bead did you get?" "Here." Han Jiangxue didn't probe further and instead took out a small square box from her pocket. She then handed it to Jiang Xiao and said, "According to the presenter, this is a platinum-quality star bead from the dimensional space near the capital, the Inferno Court. There's a creature of another dimension called the demonic Inferno Master." Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked casually, "Is there really no relevant information about such a precious creature on the internet? Or did the presenter tell you about the star techniques contained in the star bead?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "The presenter explained it to me in detail. Besides, there should be relevant information on the internet too. I'll look for it with my phone when we get to the changing room later." While Han Jiangxue was speaking, Jiang Xiao had already opened the small square box and touched the beautiful crimson star bead with his fingers. Demon Fire Master Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Techniques. 1. Earth's Sorrow. Consume a large amount of star power to tear the Earth apart and cause it to fall into a violent volcanic state. The boiling volcanic crater will constantly sputter out flames and rock. The number and duration were affected by the star power of the user. Gold, upgradable. 2. Meteorite Fire. Consume a large amount of star power to summon a group of burning meteorites from the sky to crush and burn the enemy. The range and duration were affected by the user's star power. Platinum, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Note: the host's level of star power is too low. The success rate of absorbing platinum-quality star techniques is 30%. Jiang Xiao secretly clicked his tongue and thought to himself, Beijing is indeed a paradise for fire technique. The fire series star techniques are really irritable. One was the ground and the other was the sky. Even though Jiang Shao had yet to be fortunate enough to see the true appearance of the Skyfall meteorite, he knew that the star technique would probably cause an earthquake based on its platinum quality alone. There should be a doomsday-like scene, right? While Jiang Shao was thinking about it, everyone returned to the locker room. He wanted to see what star bead Xia Yan had obtained, only to find that the locker room was full of people. Besides, they were not reporters or staff, but a group of soldiers. Jiang Shao glanced around in astonishment, only to realize that the soldier who had just given him the award was also present. Hello? As the teacher in charge, Hai Tianqing naturally stepped forward to greet him. The soldier stood up but did not salute. Instead, he nodded politely and said, "Hello." Although he said hello, the soldier did not reveal his identity at all. Where did this soldier come from? However, he reckoned that he probably had a high status since he could go on stage to present the award for the most valuable student in the finals. Or rather, the army that he represented was very powerful. Several soldiers closed the door and stood at the door, making Jiang Shao and the rest feel like they were being imprisoned. The middle-aged military officer got straight to the point and said, "The star bead that you are rewarded with is of platinum quality and comes from the mysterious dimensional space, the void. It's a biological star bead called Void Calamity." Jiang Shao pretended to be curious and nodded repeatedly. He had no choice but to be curious. If he were to show off that he already knew about it, he would probably be taken back to the military for interrogation. The soldier continued to introduce. It contains 2 star techniques, both of which are spatial star techniques. The first one allows you to teleport a short distance, and the second one is a small space similar to the void. Wow! Xia Yan couldn't help but open her mouth and exclaim in shock. Li Wei and Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao in astonishment. Is the reward for the FMVP that terrifying? Even the gentle mentor Hai Tianqing couldn't help but feel a little jealous at this moment. Hai Tianqing had changed his name to Hai Tianing. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous. The military officer continued to ask, "May I ask if you have any plans to absorb or transfer this star bead in the near future?" Jiang Shao turned to look at Han Jiangxue. After a few seconds, he turned to look at the military officer and said, "No, I was thinking that this platinum-quality star bead is so difficult to absorb and it's so precious. No matter what, I'll have to wait until I'm in the galaxy stage or even the starfall stage before I absorb it. I can't waste such a precious star bead." The military officer nodded, for he could tell that Jiang Shao intended to keep it for himself and not give it to Han Jiangxue. However, that was understandable. Although his qualifications were low and the success rate of absorption was low, everyone would be greedy. Besides, it was an FMVP reward that belonged to Jiang Shao in the first place. There was nothing much to say. The military officer said, "Keep this star bead well and don't lose it. You can't afford to bear the consequences." Apart from nodding, what else could Jiang Shao do? The military officer suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Are the 4 of you willing to join the army?" How could these kids want to join the army? Han Jiangxue had long decided to go to the best university, and Xia Yan was even averse to going to military school, let alone joining the army. The military officer seemed to want to mention some generous conditions, but he knew that they didn't think so when he saw their expressions. He continued, "Are you interested in the Northwest Star Warrior University?" The 2 sharp turns almost made Jiang Shao sprain his waist. The military officer was really straightforward with his word. After one topic was over, he immediately moved on to the second one. Jiang Shao almost couldn't react in time. However, why are the military recruiting students for the Northwest Star Warrior University? Strategic partnership? The military officer continued, "The 4 of you are qualified to enter the internal test directly. The Northwest Star Warrior University is a top-notch school in the country with top-notch teachers. If the four of you are willing to enter the Northwest Star Warrior University for further studies, we guarantee that you will receive the best resources. Jiang Shao and the others looked at each other and thought, some people seem to be there to explain the star beads and star techniques on the surface, but in fact, they're here to recruit students? A bunch of soldiers blocked the door and recruited students? Most importantly, they even gave Jiang Shao a precious space-type star bead. They're both polite and military. How terrifying! Long before the finals, Han Jiangshu and Jiang Shao had also received such a verbal guarantee when they first met the teachers of the Northwest Star Warrior University. However, this time, the military officer gave the four of them a verbal guarantee. Putting aside Li Wei, who had already gone ashore, Xia Yan had finally gained some face. Han Jiangshu's goal had always been the capital Star Warrior University. However, she didn't know what attitude the capital Star Warrior University would have towards her team. After all, they had already won the championship and Jiang Shao had won the FMVP award. Xia Yan's performance was extremely outstanding. Would the capital Star Warrior University give in and give them 2 more spots? Humans strive for success, just like how water flows downward. Han Jiangshu's thoughts were normal. She also felt that with her outstanding performance and abilities, she should be able to discuss it with the leaders of the capital Star Warrior University. The military officer suddenly said, "The most important thing is that there are the most challenging dimensional spaces in the country. If you pay attention to the news, you'll know the general situation of the Northwest Star Warrior University." The military officer said, "This is the best place for you to train and grow. The conditions here are unique and superior to any other region in the country. There are more opportunities here than in any other region." The military officer said, "Once you enroll, you can choose to join the army and carry out missions under the guidance of professional teachers and excellent instructors. Upon graduation, you will be conferred the rank of captain." Conferred the rank of captain upon graduation? That doesn't conform to the rules, does it? The more Jiang Shao listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. The Northwest Star Warrior University isn't a military school. What's going on? My cat is still waiting for me to go back and grill codfish with her. She's finally waiting for me to finish my college entrance examination. Yet, I ended up being abducted by you guys right after the national competition? Are you trying to make me die? Chapter 338. After being politely rejected by the team, the officer left his name and contact information before leaving the locker room with the soldiers regretfully. Everyone finally found out that the officer's name was Feng Yi. Since he chose to leave his contact information, he clearly still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. That made everyone feel slightly relieved. The group of soldiers had been very polite and courteous since the beginning. They were very sincere when they extended the invitation, and they did not fly into a rage out of humiliation because the invitation failed. After the officer Feng Yi left, a large number of media reporters immediately swarmed into the locker room, as well as many leaders of the various departments in Beijiang province who had rushed over to congratulate them. The scene made everyone feel a little at a loss. They could tell that the members of the team from Jiangbin High School were not bad. The team from Xindon Creek High School No. 11, as well as the team from Tianjin Nankai High School and the high school affiliated to Kainan Normal University, all rushed over to congratulate them. What they didn't know was that Feng Yi immediately made a call after walking out of the locker room. Feng Yi said, "Sir, these children do not have the intention to join the military. They already have a clear goal for university. At present, they are not interested in working. After all, they are still young." On the other end of the line, a slightly aged voice said, "Okay." Although his voice was emotionless, Feng Yi seemed to be able to sense the slight disappointment in it. The 4 members of the team were all born in good families. Their parents were all members of the National Army, which was particularly commendable. All 4 of them were good seedlings, and it would indeed be a pity if they did not join the army. Feng Yi asked, "Do we need to transfer Comrade Luan Hongying?" "No need." The old voice sounded again on the other end of the line. "Do the children want to go to the capital?" Feng Yi replied, "It's like this. Okay." The old man's commanding tone was unquestionable. "Since they have no intention of joining the army and are unwilling to come here, then let's forget about this matter. We have already given them the greatest amount of compensation. Return to the team as soon as possible." Feng Yi said, "Got it." 2 days later, on May 23rd, Han Jiangshu and Jiang Shao embarked on the high-speed rail from Chang'an City to the capital. With the help of Principal Yen, Han Jiangshu successfully contacted the teachers of the Star Warriors recruitment office and successfully brought her younger brother along. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Zhao's outstanding performance in the finals, or the fact that Jiang Shao had won the Most Valuable Student award and his value had increased, or perhaps it was because of Han Jiangshu's request. In short, the capital Star Warriors agreed to recruit Jiang Shao. Principal Yen was overjoyed by the news. That was indeed the case. Jiang Shao felt that Principal Yen was even happier than the 2 of them. He was grinning from ear to ear. If Principal Yen could maintain this state, he would be able to compete for the position and act with Batman in a few days. The siblings were about to successfully go ashore, but Xia Yan was abandoned. The capital Star Warriors Institute welcomed Xia Yan's application very much, but there really wasn't any special recruitment quota for Beijiang Province. The country's regulations in this regard were very strict, and not even one more was acceptable. The outcome made Xia Yan feel extremely conflicted. On one hand, Xia Yan was overjoyed that Han Jiangshu and Jiang Shao had entered the best academy in the country. On the other hand, she felt rather empty because she was alone. The conflicted feelings made Xia Yan feel extremely upset. Although she was feeling extremely conflicted, Xia Yan did not stop her 2 friends' futures. According to Hai Tianqing, Xia Yan's results were much better than Jiang Zhao's. After all, she had been studying for 3 years, while Jiang Shao had only studied for 1 year. Besides, Xia Yan had been with the team for the past year and had made outstanding achievements. She participated in the Provincial League, the Second Reclamation, and the national competition. Her points were almost popping out. How could she not get into the capital Star Warriors Institute? Besides, if Han Jiangshu and Jiang Shao were to go ashore, the team would become 3 to protect 1. Xia Yan's points in the written examination of the college entrance examination were already overflowing. During the actual combat assessment, the students would be assessed in the form of a team. Li Wei, Han Jiangshu, and Jiang Shao were protecting her. The 3 green leaves complemented her red flower. How could she not perform well in actual combat? Hai Tianqing's words made Xia Yan feel much more at ease. She also turned down the invitations from some schools and focused on preparing for the capital Star Warriors Institute. She wanted to be teammates with Han Jiangshu and Jiang Shao again. Logically speaking, being able to attend the Star Warriors Academy in Beijing was a glorious thing for any awakened student in China. Hence, although Xia Yan had turned down many invitations from famous schools, everyone was supportive of her decision. The National College entrance examination was just around the corner, and there was less than half a month to go. Hence, Hai Tianqing accompanied Xia Yan back home quickly in preparation for the final sprint. Li Wei wasn't in a hurry to take the exam, but he was eager to meet Li Qingmei. Hence, he went back together with her. Han Jiangshu also turned down some invitations to go with them and secretly rushed to the capital with Jiang Shao. At this moment, the 2 of them were sitting on the high-speed train. Jiang Shao was seated on the aisle, while Han Jiangshu was seated by the window. Both of them wore peaked caps, the brims of which were pressed low to avoid attracting attention. However, it would be strange if a tall and aloof girl like her didn't attract attention. She was just like a small sun that was emitting a dazzling radiance. Jiang Shao thought about it and felt that a cap was not enough. He thought that he should buy Han Jiangxue a mask to wear after they left the station. Why don't I just buy a pair of stockings and put them on for Han Jiangxue? It's better to be treated as a lunatic and stay far away from them than to be treated as a panda and watched, okay? Han Jiangxue let out a soft moan and tightened her grip on the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt. In her sleep, she rested her head on Jiang Zhao's shoulder while her body swayed gently with the train. Soon, she stabilized. Jiang Zhao secretly turned his head to look at Han Jiangxue, only to realize that she didn't seem to be waking up. Hence, he didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing her from her sweet dreams. Looking at her sleeping soundly beside him, Jiang Zhao suddenly felt that life was complete. There were only a few people in this world who could give her a sense of security. Jiang Zhao wasn't bored. Born in this era, it was normal for him to sit and play games for an entire day as long as he had a mobile phone. Jiang Zhao scrolled through Weibo and occasionally replied to a few messages. After the finals, Jiang Zhao could be said to have become famous after a single battle. Before the finals, Jiang Zhao had nearly 500,000 fans. After this battle, the number of Jiang Zhao's fans directly exceeded the million mark. The speed at which he attracted fans was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. The number of fans in the preliminary round, quarterfinals, and semifinals was not as many as the number of fans he attracted in the finals. The number of fans was just one way to express it. It was enough to show how much attention the Chinese high school students would attract from all over the country. In the past 2 days, the media had been full of news reports about the champion team of the 2016 cohort, Jiang Zhao, who was the FMVP, had been written about. At this moment, Jiang Zhao became famous after a single battle was the most appropriate description. Jiang Zhao's identity had also been changed and looked much more pleasing to the eye. He had changed from the original star student of the 2016 National High School League to champion of the 2016 National High School League and FMVP of the 2016 National High School League. He had changed from star student to actual honor and genuine talent. There were the most comments under Jiang Zhao's latest Weibo post. There were actually more than 100,000 comments, which was enough to show how popular the National League was. Most passers-by were not stingy with their congratulatory messages. The latest Weibo post was a photo of the team of 4 wearing medals and holding onto a trophy. Jiang Zhao did not post any text and merely sent a fist emoji. The most upvoted comment was from Su Ro, who had a large number of fans and seized the initiative. Su Ro from Penguin TV, hey? Excuse me, is this the Weibo of the national champion, Jiang Xiaopi? Below Su Ro's comment was a neat row of, I'm dead. Jiang Xiao looked at the comments with a strange expression. What's going on? Normally, Su Ro's comments should be a gathering place for simps and haters. Why are they all saying, I'm dead? What evil thing did this livestreamer do this time? Jiang Xiao then searched on the internet and found a GIF that was uploaded by netizens. The sequence of events was very clear. In Su Ro's live-streaming room, the moment the host announced that Jiang Xiao had been elected as the FMVP, Su Ro, who was in the lower right corner, was overjoyed. She closed her eyes, kicked her legs, and yelled, I'm dead, before dying on the spot. Apart from the mischievous Su Ro, Jiang Xiao also found many familiar names in the comments left by his friends, such as the Zhu brothers, Lu Ku, Elena, and Lu Bufan from Year 1, Xing Lang, Lu Chang, Zheng Jiang, and Li Qingmei from Year 3, as well as some of the contestants such as the Insisters, Lu Yang and Xiong Chumo. Looking at the familiar names, Jiang Xiao seemed to have seen the process of his struggle in the past year. Jiang Xiao felt emotional and silently replied to his friends' messages. A few hours later, the high-speed train slowly entered the Capital West Railway Station. Jiang Xiao gently woke Han Jiangxue up, and the two of them walked forward with the crowd. When they walked out of the crowded train station, they saw a sea of people. Han Jiangxue tightened her grip on Jiang Zhao's arm, as if she was afraid that he would get lost. She stared at the unfamiliar streets and the unfamiliar city. So, is another part of my life about to begin here? Chapter 339. In the afternoon of May 23, in the southern suburbs of Beijing. At this moment, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were standing at the entrance of Beijing Star Warriors University, feeling the unique aura of the place. Beijing Star Warriors University was not as large as they had imagined, and the number of students they enrolled each year was not as large as they had imagined. Compared to other universities, Beijing Star Warriors University was terrifyingly low-key. It wasn't that the place was shabby. Well, anyway, there wasn't even a decent gate. There were only 2 white stone pillars with a long piece of brown marble sandwiched between them. There were a few large, dark gold words on the stone, which read Beijing Star Warriors University. However, these words could be said to have penetrated the back of the paper, powerful and forceful. The school gate was upgraded by several levels. Of course, no matter how good the words were, they couldn't save the school gate. On both sides of the stone pillars, there was a metal gate for students to enter and exit. Next to the metal gate was the school guard room. On the other side of the stone pillars was a modern-style retractable door that could be remotely controlled and was the kind that the old gatekeeper liked very much. The school gate was rather spiritual. Take a look at China's first-rate universities. Their doors are either ancient in style or grand and majestic. This school gate seems a little lacking. After communicating with the school guard, the siblings entered the school gate and waited. The temperature in Beijing had already risen at the end of May. It was better to stand under the shade of the trees than to bask in the sun outside the school gate. The guards were all good-natured and talkative. They were obviously very concerned about the National High School League. After Jiang Shao knocked on the window and said a few words, they immediately recognized the champion student. Jiang Shao didn't expect to be able to enter the school one day. While Jiang Shao was chatting with the guards, a young man who looked like a student rushed over and greeted the siblings with a smile. "Hello, I'm Zhang Chang, a local. I'm in year 4 this year. Welcome to Beijing Star Warriors University. I hope you can become my juniors." Jiang Shao stepped forward and shook his hand. "Hello, senior. We're also looking forward to passing the internal test." Zhang Chang's personality was very good. Seeing that the siblings did not have much luggage, he directly led the way while encouraging them. "I've watched your entire competition. There's no problem with your strength. Just perform as you normally would." With a worried expression, Jiang Shao said, "It's almost 1:30 p.m. now. We have to take a written test, a physical fitness test, and a practical assessment in the afternoon. Will we be able to finish them?" However, Zhang Chang smiled and said, "Since you were invited to participate in the internal test, you can be considered to have 1 foot in the school gate. You don't have to worry too much about the internal test. I've been studying here for 4 years, and every year there are students like you. It seems that only 1 person failed and was sent back to his original high school." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh? What happened to that person?" Zhang Chang said uncertainly, "It said that he was too arrogant and fought with the examiner." Jiang Shao, is there such a person in the world? However, when he thought about it, it made sense. After all, they were all 18 or 19-year-old children. They were at the prime of their youth. Being invited to participate in the internal examination also proved how outstanding that child was. It was normal for outstanding young people to be a little arrogant. The 3 of them walked on the tree-lined road, and the sounds of birds chirping could be heard from time to time in the quiet campus. It seemed that the school gate gave the worst impression. The deeper they went, the more they liked the school. Zhang Chang led the way, and the 3 of them walked past the tree-lined road, the spacious campus square, the fountain, the rockery, and several administrative offices before arriving in front of a teaching building. There were 4 teaching buildings in Beijing Star Warriors University. Zhang Chang brought the siblings to teaching building number 4. There was a lecture hall on the east side of the first floor where 5 teachers were already seated and waiting. Zhang Chang smiled and waved at the siblings, standing at the door without entering. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in." A middle-aged man's voice rang out. The siblings opened the door and entered, only to find that the 5 teachers were all sitting on the chairs. There were 2 chairs and 2 sets of papers on the podium. Is the written test about to begin? Is there a need for 5 invigilators? The middle-aged man sitting in the middle seemed to be in his 40s. He was wearing glasses, and his wrinkles were very obvious. He looked extremely solemn, was thin, and had sparse hair. He seemed to be the chief examiner. He said, "The written test will last for 2 hours. After that, there will be a physical and practical test." The stern-looking male teacher announced the start of the competition without letting the siblings introduce themselves or asking any questions before the test. The siblings sat on each side of the podium, picked up the pens prepared by the school, and flipped through the papers. English plus star? 3 plus 1. Jiang Shao looked at it for a while and was overjoyed. It was not only because there were no subsubjects, but also because the difficulty of the so-called written test was really low. The mathematics questions were not difficult at all. As long as he was not sloppy, he would probably be able to get full marks. English was a piece of cake for Jiang Shao. As for Chinese, it's a piece of cake. Filling in the blanks with poetry? Don't you see that the waters of the Yellow River come from heaven? What is the next sentence? Is there a need to think about it? Jiang Shao could even sing it, leaving behind a sea of colors. 2 hours passed quickly, and the siblings answered the questions confidently. Jiang Zhao's star study was a little lacking, but with the 3 main subjects, there shouldn't be a problem. A teacher came to collect the papers, and the chief examiner led the siblings to the activity room on the west side of the first floor. The 5 teachers accompanied them throughout the journey and remained silent. The thin and solemn-looking male teacher was the one who spoke. Jiang Shao stole a glance at the examiner's card hanging on his chest, only to find out that his name was Li Liang. Well, my brain is indeed going to light up soon. There was no problem with the physical test. During the star power test, the teachers did not say anything, but they did look at Han Jiangxue with admiration in their eyes. Okay. Li Liang stroked his sparse hair and seriously recorded the data in his notebook. He said, "Next, light up the star map." Jiang Zhao's heart immediately tensed up. Han Jiangxue flashed the white flame star map with 30 star slot. The teachers were already appreciative of her talent, and their faces were full of approval. However, Jiang Shao dared not light up his star map, nor could he do so at all. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I won't light it up." Li Liang frowned, pushed his glasses, and looked at Jiang Shao sternly. "This is one of the assessment points of the internal test. Light up the star map." Li Liang looked at Jiang Zhao's troubled expression and couldn't help but put down the notebook in his hand. He asked sternly, "Is there a problem?" Sensing that the atmosphere wasn't right, Han Jiangxue explained, "Ever since he lit up his star map at the junior high school graduation ceremony and got mocked by everyone, he has never lit up his star map again. He's very resistant to it." "What a joke," Li Liang said sternly and looked at Jiang Shao sternly. "Unfolding your star map can make your star techniques faster and more effective. As an assistant, you will give more support to your companions in actual combat. You're lighting up your star map not only for yourself, but also for your companions. How can you not light it up?" Jiang Shao said, "Everyone has some shortcomings, and there are also many illnesses in this world, such as PTSD, claustrophobia, and so on. I think I might have some special psychological disorders too. I hope you can give me more time and I'll slowly overcome it." Li Liang looked up at Jiang Shao with a solemn expression and said, "Overcome it now." Jiang Shao was a little helpless. He didn't want to make any mistakes here. If it were possible, Jiang Shao would have long lit up his star map. He wasn't a pretentious person. The problem was that he couldn't bear the consequences of lighting up his star map, let alone predict what would happen afterward. Jiang Shao pleaded sincerely, "I need some time." Li Liang was obviously a serious teacher who followed the rules and regulations. He said, "If you don't pass this test, you won't be admitted." Han Jiangxue turned to look at Li Liang and said, "Teacher." Li Liang interrupted Han Jiangxue and continued, "If you don't pass this test, you won't be admitted. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Don't waste everyone's time." Jiang Shao asked meekly, "Can you make an exception?" Li Liang looked at Jiang Shao with a frown, feeling that the kids nowadays didn't know what was good for them. He said, "Giving you the right to take the internal test is already the best I can do for you." Jiang Shao sighed and thought, "Why don't I go back and take the college entrance examination? If it's a unified examination, not lighting up my star map would at most not add points to my score. It wouldn't have to be deducted, let alone not be admitted." This teacher was also working for the school, and Jiang Shao could understand that he had to abide by the normal rules and regulations. Besides, this teacher didn't know the two of them at all, and there was no reason for him to make an exception for them. If the school were to question him about it in the future, Jiang Shao and the others wouldn't be able to take responsibility for him. Han Jiangxue said, "Forget it then. I'm sorry to have delayed all of your time." The two of them were not clear about the details of the internal test and only knew that there was a written test, a physical test, and a practical test. They thought that it was similar to the normal college entrance examination and didn't expect that lighting up the star map would be a mandatory requirement. Upon hearing Han Jiangshue's words, the teachers were stunned. What does this girl mean? If my brother doesn't pass, she won't come here to study? The other teachers were fine, but the chief examiner, Li Liang, felt a sense of threat. He had misunderstood Han Jiangxue. She was overly concerned and her personality was such that she didn't consider too many things. At the end of the day, she wanted to stay with Jiang Shao more than the capital Star Warrior University. When there was a conflict between the two, she was willing to give up her dream of going to the capital Star Warrior University. Li Liang stared at Han Jiangxue coldly and said, "Please repeat what you said." Han Jiangxue said softly, "I'm sorry to have delayed all of your time. I'll leave with him now." Jiang Shao frantically said, "You can continue taking the exam. I'll go back and take part in the unified examination and try to overcome my psychological problems. If I have the chance to come back to school again, I'll give Teacher Li a satisfactory answer." Jiang Zhao's words were beyond everyone's expectations. The teachers had a better impression of the boy who was neither servile nor overbearing. Han Xiaojiao's face was sullen. In fact, she was already thinking about going to other schools. "How is it? How are the two champion students doing?" At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked in from the door, accompanied by a few teachers in suits and leather shoes. Principal Yang, the examiners and teachers greeted. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Principal Yang smiled and nodded, only to see the sullen expressions of the siblings and Li Liang. One of the teachers hurriedly stepped forward and explained. Principal Yang laughed and said, "We have to be humane in order to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Since student Jiang has such an objective situation, we should be understanding. As long as his morals and personal abilities are outstanding enough, he's a talent that our school should recruit. Go, Lingxiang, lead the team. You guys bring the two students to the actual combat assessment. Li Liang, stay behind." Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue looked at each other, not expecting the situation to turn around. They hurriedly thanked Principal Yang, who they were not familiar with, and were brought away to participate in the practical assessment. Chapter 340. Since he didn't have time to update for the time being, he decided to try his best to update more chapters. Congratulations in advance. Zhang Chang looked at the siblings who had just walked out of the training room and greeted them with a smile. The internal test was divided into 3 parts: a written test, a physical test, and a practical test. This kind of examination was simple, and among all the examination items, the one that Zhang Chang was least worried about was the practical examination. Why? Not everyone could become the champion of the national high school competition. Only 4 people would be able to do so every year, and all of them were the cream of the crop. In fact, both Han Jiangshu and Jiang Xiao were very satisfied with their performance just now. Judging from the gratified expression on the teacher's face, the 2 of them should have passed. Zhang Chang led the 2 of them forward and said, "Let's go, I'll take you 2 to Principal Yang." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Principal Yang, Zhang Chang said, "Yang Chen is the vice principal. He's mainly in charge of student affairs, the admissions office, and so on." There was an interesting, unspoken rule in China. Although Principal Yang was the vice principal, no one would be silly enough to add the word vice to his title. Jiang Xiao asked softly, "Why is he looking for us?" Zhang Chang smiled and said, "Do you guys have a good understanding of the various faculties in the school? Let me introduce you to them." Jiang Xiao said, "Okay, thank you." While walking with the 2 of them, Zhang Chang introduced the situation of the school. Including the graduating Year 4 students, there are less than 4,000 students in the entire school. The number of students in Star Warriors University is incomparable to that of normal universities in society. I reckon there are more than 4,000 students in a single cohort. You won't see many students in the school except when there are large classes. The school enrolls about 1,000 students every cohort, and they are divided into 4 faculties, namely the Combat Academy, the Court of Justice, the Auxiliary Academy, and the Political Academy. Jiang Xiao blinked and thought, "Is it really appropriate to abbreviate the Court of Justice like that? Why don't I just say its full name?" Zhang Chang explained, "Every academy is also divided into its own departments. For example, in the Combat Academy, there are shield bearers and melee bearers. Within these departments there are also a few special classes, such as the battle bearers, assassin bearers, and so on. The students in the Court of Justice are not divided according to their star technique attribute. Instead, they are divided according to output, support, and control. Over the years, the auxiliary courtyard had accepted the least students. There was only 1 department, but there were still some differences between the classes. Compared to the other Star Warriors universities, Capital Star Warriors University was more detailed. After all, to most people, being all-round meant being omnipotent. The school also advocates the theory of specialization in a certain field. At this point, Zhang Chang suddenly smiled and turned to look at Han Jiangxue, who had been silent all this while. "Of course, our school is full of geniuses, so it's inevitable that there will be a few omnipotent gods. Among the nearly 1,000 students recruited last year, the average number of star slots was 23. On average, Han Jiangxue has 7 more star slots than the students from the previous cohort. The extra 7 star slots are enough for her to establish a complete new profession." Jiang Xiao couldn't agree more. He had only used 5 star slots to become a complete doctor. Okay, he had multiple star techniques in 1 star slot, so he shouldn't participate in the evaluation. Han Jiangxue answered calmly, "You flatter me." Zhang Chang shook his head and smiled, thinking to himself, "This junior of mine is a little cold." Zhang Chang didn't care at all and continued, "The Combat Academy, the Court, and the Auxiliary Courtyard all focus on combat, while the 4th Academy, the Government Academy, aims to nurture civil servants. Not all students want to fight, and a considerable number of students will choose to enter the business world, politics, and society after graduation. As star warriors, they have advantages that ordinary people don't have. For such people, the country requires that they have excellent political literacy. That's how the school trains talents, so it's named the Government Academy. The resources in the Government Academy are the least, and there are the least training opportunities. There are also the least number of mentors, and a mentor can even take in dozens of students. However, the number of students entering the Government Academy every year is the highest. Jiang Shao nodded silently. Such a situation was inevitable. After all, there were many dimensional spaces all over the world, and the scene of peace and prosperity was created by the blood and corpses of the warriors. If one were to enter the combat, law, or auxiliary academy, it would be more likely for them to join the combat forces in the future. A typical example would be the Victor's Legion, as well as various special combat forces that Jiang Shao had yet to come into contact with. All of them required a large number of talent. If one were to enter the Government Academy and take the civilian route, it might be relatively safer. No matter how many resources were tilted to them and how good the mentors were, even if they had outstanding achievements in battle and were specially recruited by the National Department in the third semester of their year of university, they would still be able to lay a solid foundation for their career. However, the battlefield of the dimensional space would not recognize them. They would die at will. Besides, even if they were to enter the Government Academy, they would be able to enter politics as a star warrior in the future and enter the combat forces. It wouldn't affect their future. Instead, the 4 years of university would be much safer and less challenging. Of course, it depended on how one looked at it. If one was safer, it would also mean that they would have fewer opportunities to train. After 4 years, there would be a huge gap between them and the students of the conventional combat colleges. Zhang Chang continued, Principal Yang probably asked you to go because he wants to ask you about the faculty you're interested in. The two of you have a relatively clear position. If you don't go to the Government Academy, there's nothing to argue about. However, since you're the champion of 16 years, there should be teachers who will fight for you. Under Senior Zhang Chang's lead, the three of them entered an administrative office building. Zhang Chang flashed his student identification to the guard and explained the purpose of his visit before entering the elevator with the two of them. Principal Yang's office was not as large as they had imagined. It was probably because of the country's requirements in that regard. Principal Yang was very warm to the two of them, which made them feel extremely flattered. Besides, Principal Yang had helped them out just now, so they were extremely grateful to him. Even Han Jiangxue, who had a cold and aloof personality, had a much better attitude towards him. Principal Yang asked about their lives. From his words, they could tell that he was very clear about their family background. Jiang Shao reckoned that he must have done some investigations. After the three of them chatted for a while, Principal Yang expressed his first hope for the two of them, or rather, for Han Jiangxue. Principal Yang didn't want to give Jiang Shao the cold shoulder, so he brought him along. Principal Yang said, Student Han Jiangxue has good qualifications and is very hard-working. She has already reached the galaxy stage before graduating from year 3 of high school. Such results are really amazing. If it were someone else who praised Han Jiangxue, she would have long been blunt. However, Principal Yang had just helped the two of them, so Han Jiangxue's attitude was rather good. She said, Principal Yang, you're flattering me. Principal Yang smiled and said, Xiaopi is not bad too. You're brave and resourceful, and you managed to surpass all the other students in the galaxy stage and become the most valuable student. That's enough to show that your overall qualities are far better than ordinary students. Jiang Shao waved his hands modestly. Principal Yang smiled kindly and said, You're both wise, courageous, determined, and calm. You have very good qualities, and your temperament and image are excellent too. You're very compatible with the position of Capital Star Warriors University. You two have to work hard and watch your seniors perform well in this year's International University League. When the two of you are in year 3, I hope that you can represent China in the international competition as students of Capital Star Warriors University. Jiang Shao finally understood and realized that he should be a complimentary gift. In terms of image, Han Jiangxue was indeed one of the top students, but Jiang Shao, he was at most above average, and could only be considered pleasing to the eye. It seemed that Capital Star Warriors University definitely had ulterior motives for Han Jiangxue. Simply put, they were aiming to groom the seedlings of the national team. Principal Yang's words were clear. Represent China as a student of Capital Star Warriors University. He wanted to make Han Jiangxue a name card of the university so that the entire country and the world could see the glorious image of Capital Star Warriors University and increase the influence of the university in the country. In that case, at least Han Jiangxue wouldn't have to worry about the remaining 3 available star slots. If Han Jiangxue were to participate in the international competition in year 3, wouldn't they have to focus on nurturing her? Capital was also a paradise for fire technique. Han Jiangxue would be able to soar. She couldn't just focus on the galaxy stage. During the 4 years that she had spent in Capital Star Warriors University, Han Jiangxue would probably be able to plan out all the star beads and star techniques that she should be able to absorb in the galaxy stage. Since Principal Yang had recruited Han Jiangxue because he wanted her to be a seedling of the national team, she couldn't possibly go to the government. Principal Yang even appointed a mentor for Han Jiangxue in the court. The siblings had no power or influence. Since the big shots gave them face, they would just accept it. They didn't have the youthful vigor and arrogance of young people. Principal Yang admired their good upbringing and proper attitude. He deliberately left them his private number and indicated that they could look for him for help if they had any difficulties in their studies or lives. Of course, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were not fools. They wouldn't trouble the principal for trivial matters. After leaving his private number, Jiang Shao was even more convinced that the school wanted to focus on nurturing Han Jiangxue. While the two of them felt lucky to have a big tree to shade them from, they also felt rather pressured. Han Jiangxue got nervous again because she had a mission to represent the country. On the other hand, Jiang Shao felt pressured because of the internal test. It was indeed not a good idea to not light up the star map. The siblings bade farewell to Principal Yang and, under Senior Zhang Cheng's lead, completed all the necessary procedures in advance. They only had to wait for the start of classes in September. They then left their contact details with Senior Zhang Chang and thanked him profusely before waving goodbye. As the two of them walked on the tree-lined road, Jiang Shao said, "For the sake of our safety and future, I'd better find a star bead that can disguise my star map and absorb it." Han Jiangxue said reluctantly, "You only have 9 star slots. That's a small number to begin with." Jiang Shao said, "Compared to my life and future, it's worth it to use 1 star slot. Besides, the star bead from Korea also has 3 star techniques in 1 star slot. It can conceal star power, change star maps, and even change one's face and head. It's very functional." Han Jiangxue sighed softly and said, "Although it's a gold quality star bead, the star techniques are of silver quality. There are many star techniques that can be seen through." Jiang Shao was amused. "It's good that it's easy to be seen through. After I upgrade my quality, others won't be able to see through me, right? People will be more certain that my star map is not disguised, and I'll be more convincing." Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned. What he said about upgrading the quality of his star techniques made sense. The two of them walked all the way out of the school gate and greeted the guards before walking out of the campus. The two of them had discussed that issue before. To be exact, there were 3 of them. When Jiang Shao first joined the team and sparred with Li Wei in the training hall, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan first discussed the star bead that could change one's head before telling Jiang Shao about it. because Jiang Zhao's green glow was about to be upgraded to gold quality. However, due to the fact that Jiang Zhao's star slots were small and he was not very powerful, he did not attract much attention. Hence, everyone gave up on the topic. Now, the proposal to disguise his star map was finally on the table again. Han Jiangxue felt that what Jiang Zhao said did make sense. If there was a way to solve the problem once and for all, she could use that star slot. Besides, the star bead was indeed a star bead with 3 star techniques and was very good at concealment. If Jiang Zhao's special ability could upgrade the quality of his star technique, it would indeed be able to save Jiang Zhao's life at critical moments. Jiang Zhao looked at Han Jiangxue, who was deep in thought, and broke the tense atmosphere with a smile. "So, you got in, huh? You're a student of the Capital Star Warriors University, aren't you? The highest university in China isn't as difficult as you think it is." Han Jiangxue snapped back to her senses and glared at Jiang Zhao with a smile. While talking, Jiang Zhao heard a voice coming from afar. "We've arrived at the station, please stop before alighting." As the bus stopped, the door opened and people hurriedly got on and alighted. The so-called suburbs of the imperial capital were also bustling with activity and traffic. The existence of the Capital Star Warrior University had also boosted the economy of the surrounding areas, such as residential areas, shopping malls, restaurants, hotels, and some entertainment venues. Jiang Zhao turned around and saw the people who were in a hurry. However, his gaze was fixed on a young man in a blue and white checkered shirt who was sitting near the window in the last row. The bus stopped for about 30 seconds, and the young man stared at the Capital Star Warrior University for more than 30 seconds. That slightly immature face didn't show excessive desire and fanaticism. He just passed through the gate and quietly looked at the campus and the road that was covered by the green trees. It was as if his gaze could penetrate the shade of the trees and see the scene inside. The young man only looked away after the bus started moving and continued to flip through the book on his knees. Due to the angle, Jiang Zhao could not see the book on his knees. However, the young man's dreamy expression did make Jiang Zhao feel emotional. The campus that he had just walked out of was the school that countless students yearned for even in their dreams. Chapter 341. Jiang Zhao and Han Jiangxue did not stay in the capital for long. The next day, they boarded the plane to Jiangbin City. 2 hours later, they arrived in Jiangbin City. There was also a small episode during the process. During the security check, Han Jiangxue was brought to the office by the security personnel as she was the subject of a random inspection. When she was asked to show her Star Warrior identification card, Han Jiangxue was put in a difficult position and had no choice but to tell the truth about her situation. She had yet to graduate from high school and was not qualified to apply for a Star Warrior identification card. To Han Jiangxue's bewilderment, the staff immediately asked to take a photo with her and give her an autograph. Yes, after which Han Jiangxue was released. After boarding the plane, Han Jiangxue told Jiang Zhao about the matter. As the FMVP who was left out, Jiang Zhao was so infuriated that he slept throughout the journey. In fact, the two of them were also stopped once during the security check at the station when they were heading to the capital from Chang'an. Han Jiangxue was a big shot in the galaxy stage, and the instrument that measured the total amount of star power would display the relevant data during the security check. Hence, it was normal for her to be stopped, asked to show her identification card, and asked about the purpose of her trip. It was similar to that of a normal person who entered the station with an identification card. However, because she was a Star Warrior, the country's control was stricter. Fortunately, both of them were able to show their faces. After enduring for more than 10 days and obtaining their high school graduation certificates, they would be able to apply for their Star Warrior identification card. The two of them quickly rushed back to Jiangbin City, not because they were eager to return home, but because they wanted to help Xia Yan. Logically speaking, The team of 4 had already reached such a level of tacit understanding, and there was no need for them to get used to each other anymore. However, Han Jiangxue felt that Xia Yan was the only one left to participate in the college entrance examination after the other 3 had gone ashore. Hence, Han Jiangxue wanted to spend more time with Xia Yan and be by her side at all times to let her know that they had been supporting her silently. Jiang Shao didn't quite agree with Han Jiangxue's thoughts. Given the current situation, Jiang Shao felt that it would be better for him to stay as far away from Xia Yan as possible. A guaranteed admission student like him should stay away from school and all the other students, lest others would want to kick him when they saw him. The two of them rushed home and rested for a day. On May 25th, they returned to school for classes. Of course, the two of them were warmly welcomed by the students. After a round of congratulations, the students once again entered the intense and exciting stage. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's friends from Year 1 asked him out to celebrate. Jiang Shao postponed the dinner with the Zhu brothers until after the National College entrance examination. Although Xia Yan had never expressed anything, Jiang Shao felt that he should try not to give her any stimulation at this stage. After all, the two of them stayed in Xia Yan's villa at night in order to accompany her. Yet, Jiang Shao went out to eat mutton skewers in the middle of the night. Xia Yan, who was studying at home, would definitely go crazy. Xia Yan did the written test and physical examination on her own. In the team assessment, 4 people were tied together. Ever since Hai Tianqing returned to school, he had been busy helping the students register for the team assessment. Most students would choose the relatively safer teacher assessment. A team of 4 would face a randomly assigned examiner, and both sides would compete with each other. The examiner would then score the team members according to the points of each position. It was worth noting that if one chose to spar with a human examiner, no matter how good one's performance was, one would only receive the lowest grade of points. A higher grade would be a team battle with the creatures of other dimensions. The examiners would then score the student. The highest grade, which was also the most dangerous, was to enter the officially designated dimensional space and fight against the creatures of other dimensions. Xia Yan wanted to take the Capital Star Warriors exam, so of course she chose the most difficult one. When Hai Tianqing stood on the podium and confirmed the reference items with each team in the class, Xia Yan immediately gasped when she announced her choice. Although the National College entrance examination was important, they couldn't risk their lives. Some of the jealous students even thought to themselves, the national champion team better not play themselves to death again. That student was none other than Zhang Hui, the melee fighter from Xinglang's team. There had never been a lack of disgusting people in this world. Fortunately, Zhang Hui didn't show it. Otherwise, Xia Yan would have slapped him to death. We already have a toxic healer in our team. What are you doing here? At the beginning of June, the leaders and examiners of the National Star Association settled in Jiangbin City and brought along the assessment items for Xia Yan's team. Apart from Xia Yan's team, the other teams in Jiangbin High School had long been confirmed. Xia Yan was the only one who had chosen the highest difficulty level and had been waiting for the result. However, when the examiners announced the venue and opponents of Xia Yan's team, Jiang Shao was elated. Why? It was because the opponents were acquaintances. The venue of the assessment turned out to be the arsenal, and the opponents were a group of ape ghouls led by the Ape Ghoul King. The examiners would accompany the participating students into the venue. Although they wouldn't help the students, they would try their best to protect them from any accident. The Ape Ghoul King was a hard target for the assessment, but the group of ape ghouls led by it could be adjusted. After all, there were small, medium-sized, and even large groups. The larger the group, the stronger they were. Of course, that would give the students more points, but they had to act according to their abilities. The main factor was how much contribution Xia Yan had made to the team during the battle. The venue of the assessment had been confirmed to be the arsenal, but it was still unknown which city's arsenal it was. The target of the competition was also confirmed to be the Ape Ghoul King and the group led by it. However, the specific opponents would have to be found by the team after entering the arsenal. Jiang Shao thought about taking advantage of the fact that he could enter the arsenal without spending any money this time to quickly obtain more Savage Sorceress Star Beads. After winning the National League this time, the city and the provincial star associations gave the team of 4 a certain amount of financial rewards. The provincial star associations were just like the God of Wealth, but they didn't give the children any star beads this time, probably because they had been extorted of too many star bead. Instead, they gave them an appropriate monetary reward. However, star beads were the most substantial. Star beads were worth tens of thousands of yuan, and the 100,000 yuan awarded by the star associations was really nothing. It could only be considered a symbolic reward that would look good on the news. The city leaders who had never shown up before also appeared. Not only were the siblings the champions of the National League, but they were also specially recruited into the capital Star Warriors University. Hence, the city leaders attached great importance to them and gave them a certain amount of monetary reward, which was the same as the amount given by the star associations. Jiang Shao found an opportunity to discuss it carefully with Li Wei and Xia Yan. During the preliminary round of the National League, everyone obtained plenty of star beads in the ancient Imperial Mausoleum. Jiang Shao hoped to keep the 11 gold-quality Ancient Archer General Star Beads and distribute the 3 soul of the Ancient Warrior Star Beads to the 2 of them. Xia Yan waved her hand and said that she didn't want it and continued to work on the questions. Li Wei felt that he didn't contribute to the team as much as he should because Han Jiangxue was basically the one who obtained the star beads by herself. Li Wei felt that the team had already helped him a lot since he had entered the semifinals and even won the National League. He even won a bunch of star beads in the semifinals and the platinum-quality star beads for the overall championship. The siblings could totally keep the Ancient Archer General and soul of the Ancient Warrior star beads. Although that was the case, they still had to distribute the star beads appropriately. The 11 Ancient Archer General Star Beads and the 3 soul of the Ancient Warrior Star Beads were not easy to distribute in the first place. According to the head count, each of them would get slightly more than 3 star beads. Due to Jiang Zhao's request, Han Jiangxue gave the more valuable soul of the Ancient Warrior Star Beads to Xia Yan and Li Wei. Of course, there was an uneven distribution, but Jiang Shao laughed it off and begged Li Wei and Xia Yan to do him a favor. Jiang Shao really didn't have anything else that he could offer. The White Mountain Fog Star Bead and the Void Calamity Star Bead were all family heirlooms that couldn't be taken away. The Provincial Star Alliance and the city did give the siblings some monetary rewards, but they were neither too much nor too little. Jiang Shao thought about it and decided to have a good meal with Li Wei after graduation. He decided to take advantage of Li Wei's relationship. As for Xia Yan, they were family. No, Jiang Shao thought about it. Since he had already come back to accompany her for the college entrance examination, Xia Yan expressed that it was normal. The last and exciting stage of Year 3 of high school was spent lying on the table, sleeping, playing with his mobile phone, and watching movies. In the blink of an eye, June 7th arrived quietly. The ferocious college entrance examination was finally here. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao woke up very early. Jiang Shao helped Xia Yan pack up her examination stationery and admission ticket, while Han Jiangxue helped the nanny, Auntie Zhou, make breakfast. After checking the time, Han Jiangxue went upstairs to wake Xia Yan up. During the past few days of the college entrance examination, Xia Yan was the eldest in the family, and even Han Jiangxue had become much gentler towards her. When she woke her up, Han Jiangxue would speak softly to her. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue accompanied Xia Yan for breakfast. Due to the fact that it was difficult to find a parking space in the examination hall, they chose to take a taxi to send Xia Yan to the examination hall. Watching Xia Yan walk into the examination hall without looking back, Jiang Shao gently held Han Jiangshua's hand and felt rather emotional. My daughter is finally going to be successful, and she's going to college. Chapter 342. June 9, 2016, at 16:30 in the afternoon. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshua sat in the cafe at the entrance of the examination hall of Jiangbin High School No. 7 and waited patiently for Xia Yan. The cultural examination had already been completed on the 8th, and Xia Yan would be taking the Star Studies examination today. All the individual examinations would be completed at 16:30. Early the next morning, the team would set off for Guanlin City and Zhongqing County again to accompany Xia Yan for the team assessment. The location chosen by the team was rather good. It was the arsenal in Zhongqing County of Guanlin City, which had once been used as the venue for the Provincial High School League. There were all kinds of equipment available, and the venue had already been planned, arranged, and ready for use at any time. At this moment, Jiang Shao was playing with his mobile phone and scrolling through Weibo. The past few days had been rather exciting. Clearly, the National League had already ended and everyone's fate had already been decided. However, for some reason, Jiang Zhao's popularity rose again because of someone's words. What's the rhythm? The rhythm of the Xia family's swordsmanship. This topic even made it to the hot search list. The 10th style of the Xia family's swordsmanship should be hiding a dagger behind a smile. This move will destroy the dream of the galaxy overlord, Yuan Qinghua. Bulsh *T Jiang Xiaopi at Jiang Xiaopi Pipe or not, I'm here. I personally said that the 10th move is Great Compassion. This is the move that sent Jiang Xiaopi to the champion's throne. It's definitely hiding a dagger behind a smile. Only a slut can be crowned king. Great mercy and compassion? Ha, what era are we in now? Why are you still pretending to be cool? Cut it out, little brother, move back a little. In terms of style, compassion is better than hiding a dagger behind a smile, okay? Jiang Shao was speechless and he thought, what's going on? What's there to discuss? How can it make me a hot search list again? Jiang Shao looked at the comments and private messages that tagged him, all of which were about naming the 10th style. Do these people have nothing better to do? Dong, dong, dong. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshua were playing with their mobile phones when they heard a knocking sound coming from the window beside them. He turned around and happened to see Xia Yan carrying her bag with a look of joy on her face. She then knocked on the window a few times excitedly. Kacha. Jiang Shao raised his hand and showed her a photo. Xia Yan got a great shock and wrinkled her nose at Jiang Shao. She then scurried in and sat down beside Han Jiangshua, feeling rather smug. It seemed that she had done well in the exams. Xia Yan grabbed Han Jiangshua's lemon juice and downed half of it in one go. She then wiped her mouth and heaved a sigh of relief in satisfaction. Han Jiangshua looked at Xia Yan reproachfully and asked, "Are you done with your exams?" Xia Yan blinked. Jiang Shao was amused. He smiled and said, "Little Jiangshua, do you mean that I don't have to spoil you from now on?" Xia Yan scratched her head awkwardly and smiled. She gently bumped her shoulder against Han Jiangshua's and said, "Do you know how nice you look when you're so gentle? Do you want to maintain this state?" Han Jiangshua glowered at Xia Yan in displeasure. Xia Yan could be considered to have exercised her privileges as a candidate for the college entrance examination. Han Jiangshua would give her warm milk, dried fruits, and tutor her every night. She would also discuss meals with Auntie Zhou every day and cook some delicious food for Xia Yan. She would have to wake Xia Yan up 3 times in the morning before Xia Yan would get up reluctantly. Jiang Shao was a little envious, but he believed that Xia Yan's good days were coming to an end. In the future, if she dared to laze around in bed again, Han Jiangshua would strike her with lightning. Han Jiangshua said softly, "Let's hurry and go back. The train is at night." We can't miss the team assessment tomorrow. Okay. Xia Yan nodded profusely and carefully held onto Han Jiangshua's arm. Even though she had yet to finish her exams, she could still exercise her privileges for one day. At this moment, Xia Yan was already terrified. Everyone went home to pack up and called Li Wei, who was in the midst of being lovey-dovey with Li Qingmei. Li Qingmei was a normal candidate who had finished all the subjects on the 8th and just had to wait for the results of the college entrance examination at home. The examinations were finally over. Li Wei and Li Qingmei were finally able to live a carefree life together in the mortal world. Jiang Shao wouldn't have known if he hadn't asked. The two of them actually went fishing for an entire day yesterday. However, it was said that they didn't manage to catch a single fish. In the end, the two of them went to the market to buy some fish and returned home to have dinner with their parents. The relationship between the two families was really enviable. They had just graduated from high school and yet, their parents were already seated at the same table, drinking and chatting merrily. Xiaopi Xiaopi. Long time no see. Li Qingmei was still the carefree girl from Beijiang. She was there to send Li Wei off at the train station. When she saw Jiang Shao, she couldn't help but hug him and ask for a blessing. Jiang Shao was not that kind of person. Therefore, he dragged Li Qingmei to a quiet corner and sent her a blessing. It was the train station and there was a huge crowd. So many people were watching. Sister Qingmei, are you that shameless? When Jiang Shao and the radiant Li Qingmei walked out of the corner, Xia Yan gently patted Jiang Zhao's back and sighed. This sigh was 2F** King spiritual. Li Wei didn't want to go to Guanlin for the team assessment at all. Looking like she had gotten into trouble, Husky Xia frantically pressed her palms together and begged Li Qingmei. Li Qingmei smiled and rolled her eyes at Xia Yan before hugging Li Wei and kissing his cheek forcefully. She then pushed Li Wei onto the train. Jiang Shao finally understood that the two of them didn't go fishing yesterday. Instead, they went to torture the fishes. On the morning of the 10th of June, everyone alighted from the train. In the morning, they rushed to the competition venue to report, only to see that the examiners were already waiting there. Everyone was confident and hence, they didn't rest too much. Jiang Shao gave them a few blessings, which made them feel refreshed and energetic. After putting on the mini-camera equipment, everyone got ready with their weapons. Apart from the examiners, there was also an invigilator who entered the arsenal with the team. The purpose of the invigilator's existence was to ensure the safety of the students. However, the team didn't need his protection. More interestingly, the invigilator named Momo was a loyal fan of the champion team of Jiangbin High School. Before they entered the armory, when he and the other teachers were inspecting the equipment of the team, he had quietly requested to take a group photo with them as a souvenir. Xia Yan immediately agreed to it. During the subsequent assessment, Teacher Mo got an eye-opener. The team wasn't there to take the exam at all. They were there to earn money. In particular, Han Jiangshue's chain lightning made the ape ghouls and savages turn numb and fall to the ground before dying. There was a reason why rules awakened were known as kings. Some rules awakened were really explosive. At least, before they encountered the ape ghoul king, Han Jiangshue, the overlord of the galaxy, could be said to be invincible in the arsenal. Perhaps, only the ape ghoul king, which had a strong body, could cause trouble for Han Jiangshue. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. He hurriedly collected the star beads and stuffed them into his pocket. Did he collect star beads? No, what he was receiving was money. He collected Platinum Nostalgia and Dawn of Dawn. The female savage sorcerer's star beads would be kept for her own use, while the male savage sorcerer's star beads would be exchanged for money. A savage star bead costs 600 yuan, while an ape ghoul star bead costs 3,500 yuan. Is there anything better than counting money in this world? Han Jiangshue's little burning men played a huge role. Although Han Jiangshue could manage them herself, she still summoned a huge firework puppet to help her. These little flame salamanders were sent out by their master to scout the path, and they would return after a certain period of time. The party would move towards the direction where the least little flame salamanders returned. Because these little flame cubi who stirred up trouble everywhere were either destroyed by the enemy or shot themselves into oblivion, everyone cleared the map with high efficiency, and in the midst of the unbridled slaughter, they really encountered an ape ghoul king. However, the group led by the ape ghoul king was a small one, and hence, it didn't have the highest score. Everyone discussed with Teacher Mo, who was accompanying the team, and after consulting the examiners, they allowed the team to continue searching for the next ape ghoul. Everyone had video equipment on their heads, so there was no need to worry. They had recorded evidence and uploaded it in real time. Since the examiners had given them permission, the team cooperated and killed the ape ghoul king and the small group that it led. None of them were spared. In the end, the ape ghoul king was healed by Jiang Shao until it was giddy and blown into Sky Smasher by Han Jiangshu. Everyone then received another gold-quality ape ghoul king star bead, making a total of 16 ape ghoul star bead. After the battle ended, Jiang Shao hurriedly said to the invigilators, "We've agreed that this doesn't count. We're going to find a stronger ape ghoul king and a larger group of ape ghouls. Xia Yan is very ambitious. If we're going to do something, we're going to do something big." Be it the team teachers or the invigilators, they all felt an urge to smack Jiang Shao to death when they saw how shameless he was. Chapter 343. Under normal circumstances, a team needed to choose a powerful dimensional creature to compete with in order to obtain a higher score. If you choose a white ghoul, of course, you will be able to cooperate well and display the characteristics of each position. You will even be able to cooperate well. However, the examiner wasn't a fool. A team of 4 like this wouldn't score very high. The current situation was, the examiners were helpless. This was already the most difficult part of the exam. To be honest, the gold-quality ape ghoul king and the rest of the ape ghouls were really enough to be used to assess the outstanding high school student. However, who would have thought that there would be such a monstrous team from Jiangbin High School? There were champions every year, but the problem was that a king mage of the galaxy stage had appeared out of nowhere and was in this team. This arsenal was really in trouble. There was a very interesting phrase called, a wave of fat. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's team could be described as having encountered 2 teams that were fighting. The savages seemed to be fighting with the ape ghouls for territory, and they were locked in a fierce battle. Previously, when she entered the arsenal, Han Jiangxue was still lying on the cliff and sneaking attacks with Barren Wind. Now, Han Jiangxue was no longer sneaking attacks one by one. When she cast the lightning chain, they would all wail in pain. Jiang Zhao's team made a lot of money, so much so that the invigilator was a little envious. Fortunately, everyone restrained themselves. After all, it concerned Xia Yan's future, and they couldn't let the examiners wait for too long. Well, it was mainly because they had obtained too many star beads, and they happened to encounter the ape ghoul king that led its underlings to provide support. The new team was obviously a large one, and they were fighting on such a large battlefield. There was nothing better than a battle like that to showcase Xia Yan's abilities. The ape ghoul king led his underlings and traveled thousands of miles to form a team. When it entered the battlefield, it happened to be at the end of the battle. Hence, the ape ghoul king naturally saw the human team. The ape ghoul king was, of course, very confident. It felt that it was very strong. It attacked. It was electrocuted. The thunderbolt made the ape ghoul king squeak. It was originally in the form of an ape, but now it sounded like a mouse. Han Jiangxue also understood that she couldn't steal the limelight. Hence, she contacted the invigilator and gestured to him. The examiners, both inside and outside the venue, perked up and observed carefully. Finally, Li Wei, who had been watching the show, also had his part to play. He held up his shield and dashed down with Xia Yan. This was a battle of 3 protecting 1. After all, the other 3 members of the team had successfully reached the shore. They didn't care about their performance and scores at all. To put it bluntly, they were there just to make Xia Yan look better. Xia Yan is very cool. She also felt that she was very strong. She confidently attacked. Wherever she passed, people and horses were thrown off their feet. Her giant blade was cold and sharp, sweeping everything in her way. Li Wei successfully created a good environment for Xia Yan to attack, while Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue stood by the side to ensure that Xia Yan's battle would be flawless. As a powerful awakened who was at the peak of the Nebula realm, Xia Yan's strength should not be underestimated. At least, before encountering the Ape Ghoul King, she would be able to fight with ease with the help of the rest of the team. The moment he encountered the Ape Ghoul King, the heavenly thunder and earthly fire were on the verge of breaking out. The examiners saw the infuriated Ape Ghoul King in the video that was transmitted back. Its strong and powerful limbs seemed to be able to move mountains and seas. It roared at the sky and collided with Xia Yan. "You do it," Jiang Shao said to Han Jiangxue while dashing down the mountain and running past the corpse-strewn battlefield towards Xia Yan and Li Wei. He didn't mean for Han Jiangxue to keep up with him, but for her to control the Ape Ghoul King. Han Jiangxue immediately shot her dark blue scepter at the Ape Ghoul King, which had thick skin and flesh. The Ape Ghoul King roared furiously after being blasted away. Despite its thick skin and flesh, it still couldn't avoid being electrocuted by such an attack. At the next moment, the star power continuously gathered and the Ape Ghoul King hammered the ground forcefully with its thick arms, after which a massive star power Ape Ghoul King that was nearly 5 meters tall appeared. The azure star power continued to gather and the Ape Ghoul King looked lifelike as it stepped on the ground with its huge feet, crushing the corpses one after another before stomping on everyone. Bang! A giant sword actually overturned the Ape Ghoul. At the same time, a massive star power Xia Yan appeared. The azure giant Xia Yan was holding a giant sword in her hand and actually managed to overturn the Ape Ghoul King with one slash. Jiang Shao had already arrived and the halo of nostalgia, coupled with the time scale of dawn, allowed Xia Yan to have no worries. While fighting the Ape Ghoul King alone, she even had the time to kill some of the Ape Ghoul Kings. Xia Yan stood in front of everyone and became the main attacker. Strictly speaking, it would be difficult for Xia Yan to defeat a crazy Ape Ghoul King alone, but it was a team battle, after all. Complemented by Han Jiangxue and Jiang Zhao's harassment of the Ape Ghoul King, Xia Yan displayed everything that she had learned in her lifetime and finally won. In this battle, Xia Yan first crushed the large Ape Ghoul King in a domineering manner. Then, she beheaded the Ape Ghoul King in a domineering manner. Finally, she cleaned up the battlefield and eliminated the roots to ensure that there were no more dimensional monsters that posed a threat to the team. The examiners were much more energized after watching the battle, and the assessment came to an end. When the team received the instructions to end the assessment, they all smiled in satisfaction. They did not immediately return to Earth because they had yet to pick up the star beads on the ground. Looking at the smiles of the children, Invigilator Mo couldn't wait to join the team and pick up the corpses together happily. Jiang Shao was truly elated. On the train back to Jiangbin City, he almost laughed until he woke up in the middle of the night. There were 16 Savage Sorceress Star Beads, 14 Savage Sorceress Star Beads, and more than 100 Savage Star Beads. The Savage Sorceress Star Beads were enough for him to upgrade by a small level. Of course, even if there were more than 100 Savage Star Beads, they would only be worth tens of thousands of yuan at most. After all, the recycling price of each Savage Star Bead was only 600 yuan, and the brass-quality Savage Star Beads were not worth much at all. However, the Ape Ghoul Star Beads cost 3,500 yuan each. After Jiang Zhao's team picked up the corpses, they counted more than 70 Savage Star Beads. They were really lucky to be able to encounter a large-scale battle between the two races. What made Jiang Shao even more excited was that he didn't know how much the 2 gold-quality Ape Ghoul King star beads could be sold for. Jiang Shao fantasized about going home to split the loot, while Xia Yan fantasized about getting full marks. Li Wei fantasized about going back and kissing Li Qingmei. Apart from Han Jiangxue, who was relatively normal, the other 3 were a little dazed. On the morning of June 11th, everyone returned to Jiangbin City for the holidays. Xia Yan was in high spirits, and she dragged Han Jiangxue to go shopping. She then went to Ruifeng business firm to dispose of all the star beads. Jiang Shao realized that he had rejoiced too early. Due to the fact that he had taken 16 savage sorceress star beads, he basically wouldn't get anything else. Even if he could still get a share, the money would go to Han Jiangxue. There were a total of 114 silver-quality savage star beads and brass-quality savage star bead. Ruifeng business firm gave him 50,000 yuan. Due to the special corpse spirit and corpse explosion star techniques, the recycling price of each savage sorceress star beads reached 20,000 yuan. That was only the recovery price. If the selling price was multiplied several times, the savage sorcerer's star beads were definitely not cheap. He got another 280,000 yuan. 76 ape ghoul star beads amounted to 266,000 yuan. 2 gold-quality ape ghoul king star beads were sold at a recycling price of 280,000 yuan each. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. However, Xia Yan's face stiffened when she sold the star beads. After thinking about it carefully, she realized that she did not obtain the body of star power through fighting. Instead, she bought it from a business firm. Jiang Shao asked Manager Sun about the price of the Ape Ghoul King star bead, but before Manager Sun could respond, Xia Yan grabbed the back of Jiang Zhao's neck and threw him out of the business firm. He reckoned that he had touched her sore spot. During the college entrance examination, the team of 4 earned 156 million yuan. That was after Jiang Zhao's 16 savage star bead. Hence, it could be concluded that the college entrance examination was not an exam, but an opportunity to earn money. Everyone was allowed to enter the examination for free. However, even after deducting the entrance fee of 100,000 to 150,000 yuan per person, they would still be able to keep more than half of the money. Of course, Han Jiangxue, who was in the galaxy stage, was not supposed to appear in the arsenal. From this perspective, it seemed to be the last time they could happily go to the arsenal. After some discussion, the 2 of them decided to split the money into 4 portions, including the 16 savage sorceress star beads that Jiang Shao had obtained. Xia Yan took 1 portion, Han Jiangxue took 2, and the remaining portion was transferred to Li Wei. Wow! Li Wei was having a great time and was having a great time. Jiang Shao didn't have any objections. After all, that was how the team distribution system worked. In fact, Jiang Shao was thinking about something else at this moment. There were cameras during the college entrance examination, so Jiang Shao couldn't use countercurrent light to fill the star beads. Now it was time for Jiang Shao to test the feasibility of that idea. At the thought of the possibility of improving the quality of blessing and decoy, Jiang Shao was extremely excited. Although Han Jiangxue, who was in the galaxy stage, could no longer enter the basic trial field, Xia Yan happened to be at the peak of the nebula stage, which was the ideal state. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Xia Yan asked while holding Han Jiangxue's arm. After shopping for a while, she felt uncomfortable. Xia Yan turned around, only to discover that Jiang Shao was staring at her foolishly with glistening eyes. She had no idea what he was up to. Jiang Shao thought about it for a while and said, "I was wondering if we should go to the snowfield and the arsenal to train." Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, "No, I want to go shopping and eat." Jiang Shao nodded and said seriously, "That's true. The college entrance examination is over, and we don't have to train together anymore. I should move back home too. If you want to go, just go. Xia Yan felt that something was amiss halfway through her sentence. Feeling anxious, she frantically said, "Don't, my house is so huge. If you guys leave, I'll be scared." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Xia Yan turned around and put her arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "It's just a snowfield. I'll accompany you. I love snowfields the most. The heavy snow and strong winds are so comfortable." Jiang Zhao was speechless. Chapter 344. Jiang Zhao was eager to experiment with the possibility of injecting high-quality star bead. Hence, he urged Xia Yan to hurry up. Of course, Xia Yan was also a beneficiary of countercurrent light. Having been upgraded by Han Jiangxue's star power, she was also very interested in the experiment that Jiang Zhao proposed. Hence, she readily agreed. In the morning of the next day, the two of them embarked on their journey to the snowfield of Jiannan village. Han Jiangxue wanted to help too, but there was nothing she could do. She was already in the galaxy stage, and was definitely not allowed to enter a basic training point like the snowfield. Speaking of which, most of the training points of other dimensions that were open to the public would also prohibit her from entering. At this juncture, her identity as a member of the Star Alliance and a college student would be very useful. Under the organization of the Star Alliance, its members could enter some of the dimensional spaces that were not open to the public. In Star Warriors University, the students would also have all sorts of practical classes, and the tutors would bring them into the dimensional spaces for training. For a galaxy stage student like Han Jiangxue, the training sites should be of a higher level. Back to the topic, Xia Yan drove the Land Rover and dashed into Jiannan village with Jiang Zhao. However, the closer they got to the official training site, the more bewildered Xia Yan became. Jiang Zhao sat in the front passenger seat and looked at Xia Yan's curious expression. He couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" Xia Yan answered, "It's changed." Jiang Zhao asked, "What changed?" Xia Yan looked at the soldiers standing guard on both sides and said, "The soldiers have all been replaced. The previous team has been stationed here for more than 2 years. Since I entered year 1 of high school, they've been guarding here. I've basically gotten familiar with these soldiers, but now I don't know any of them." Xia Yan muttered in bewilderment. Was it because of the invasion of foreign mercenaries that the entire garrison was wiped out? That's not right. I've been here since Jiannan village was reopened to the public. The garrison has never changed. Jiang Zhao thought to himself, it should have nothing to do with Gao Junwei and his mother, right? With that thought in mind, the two of them parked the car, and Jiang Zhao carefully got out of the car with the giant steel sword in hand, for fear that he would accidentally cause the soldiers to shoot at him. Under the strict inspection of the soldiers, Jiang Zhao and Han Jiangxue finally strode into the gate of the town government. Although the garrison had been changed, the internal structure of the town government had not changed at all. Jiang Zhao verified his identity and registered. Once again, he enjoyed the special treatment of the children of the martyrs and did not have to pay admission fees. Then, he passed the security check with ease and entered the changing room. While paying for the registration, Xia Yan curiously asked about the whereabouts of the previous army, only to be rejected by the soldier with a cold expression. Since Xia Yan was asking for it, she also entered the locker room and took out the giant sword that she hadn't used for a long time. The two of them were dressed almost exactly the same: snow camouflage, white cotton hats, goggles, military backpacks on their backs, and giant blades in their hands. They walked past a detector that looked like a security gate, and the total amount of star power detected did not exceed the highest standard. Although Xia Yan was at the peak of the nebula stage, she was still in the nebula stage. Hence, she was not rejected. The two of them strode into the dimensional space that was strictly guarded by the soldiers, and gusts of cold wind blew against their faces, causing Jiang Shao to shiver uncontrollably. Finally, I'm back. This is where dreams start. Now that I'm back, I'm here to renew. Here comes my dream, the southeast, Xia Yan yelled as she pulled down her goggles and covered her mouth and nose with one hand. The weather in the snowfield was not great today and the wind was very strong. One would get a mouthful of snow as soon as they opened their mouth. Jiang Shao nodded, and the faint aurora in the sky was covered by the howling snow. Besides, the environment was getting worse and the visibility was getting lower and lower. Xia Yan strode forward and created a deep pit in the snow. The thick snow even reached her ankles. After walking for about half an hour, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan finally encountered a familiar figure. The white ghoul. The white ghoul was about 1.8 meters tall and strong. It was a lone hunter who had just killed one of its kind before Jiang Shao and Xia Yan rushed there. At this moment it was eating. Every time the ape ghoul opened its mouth, a large amount of snow would be poured into its mouth. However, it didn't care at all. Perhaps it was too eager for food, but when Jiang Shao and Xia Yan were 20 meters away from it, it was still tearing the corpse apart and gorging on it. The scene was extremely cruel, and it resembled the love stories of the spare tires that were torn apart time and time again. Xia Yan patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder, and after getting his attention, she nodded gently at him before walking around the white ghouls. Jiang Xiaoming reckoned that Bai Sheyan was probably trying to check if there were any other experiencers around. The white ghoul in front of him was very suitable to be used as a test subject. It was plump, strong, tall, and mighty. Most importantly, it had just killed one of its kind, and judging from its current state, it didn't seem to have suffered much damage. That proved that it was very strong. If a large amount of star power was instilled into the white ghoul, the chances of it advancing would be very high, wouldn't it? The white ghoul was munching on the flesh and blood without noticing the two of them at all. Or perhaps it had long discovered them and simply didn't care about them at all. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan circled around the white ghoul and observed the surroundings. After ensuring that there were no mistakes, they finally got ready to take action. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and threw a counter-current light at the white ghoul, which was directly connected to the white ghoul. Although Jiang Shao was only in the early nebula stage, the white ghoul was only at the brass quality stage, which was the lowest level and had very little star power. In comparison, its physical strength was much more impressive. The white ghoul didn't expect Jiang Shao to give it a large amount of star power instead of launching a sneak attack on it. Jiang Shao felt like he was giving benefits to a Stardust stage fighter. The star power in his body dropped bit by bit, and a large amount of star power was channeled into the white ghoul's body. Most of it was wasted in the air. Jiang Shao soon couldn't hold on any longer and another countercurrent light was connected to Xia Yan's body. This time, it was Xia Yan's turn to be dumbfounded. Xia Yan, who had always been majestic, suddenly felt like she was about to become a weakling. What kind of star power sharing is this? Xia Yan finally understood how Han Jiangshu felt at that time. Is this the feeling of having your body emptied? Ah! The white ghoul's body trembled violently and it howled at the sky. However, its hoarse voice was drowned by the strong wind and snow. It beat its chest and stamped its feet, pounded the snow, and tore the corpse under its feet in agitation. In the end, it lay down in the snow while its agitated roars turned into moans of comfort. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan could clearly feel that a large amount of star power in the air was surging towards the white ghoul's body. They looked at each other excitedly and wondered, could we really succeed? The counter-current light was originally only of silver quality, but after being upgraded by 2 grades, it became a platinum-quality counter-current light that was really a large water pipe. Besides, the transmission speed was extremely fast and it achieved things that ordinary people could never imagine. Finally, the white ghoul stood up while trembling and swaying its thick neck. It then bared its fangs and brandished its claws while staring at Jiang Shao and Xia Yan with its crimson eyes through the layers of snow. Since we're pursuing excitement, shall we go all the way? Without hesitation, Jiang Shao raised his hand and gave it a blessing. The white ghoul's trembling body swayed from side to side, and it was almost blown to the ground by a gust of wind. At the next moment, a cold ray of light flashed and its head was sent flying. Xia Yan's figure was like a ghost in the dim night sky, and blood splattered everywhere she passed by. She picked up the dagger, tore the head apart, found the star bead, and threw it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao looked at the corpse of the white ghoul, whose head had been separated, and made a sorrowful expression. At least, you died in pleasure, didn't you? Before you died, we even helped you advance to the silver rank. You should be able to die without any regrets, right? Damn it, I'm too kind-hearted, aren't I? Jiang Shao grabbed the star bead and was immediately overjoyed. It's done. Silver quality. The white ghoul has really been upgraded. White ghoul star bead, silver quality, star technique, 1. Green glow. Attacks the enemy, increases the damage dealt by green glow, and adds a slight repelling effect. Brass quality, upgradable, 2. Endurance. Passive star technique that increases one's own defense. Brass quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Wait a minute. The white ghoul has indeed been upgraded to silver quality, and its star bead has become silver quality. However, its star technique is still brass quality? How am I going to exchange silver quality green glow and silver quality endurance for little Jiangxue and Xia Yan? Jiang Zhao's previous thoughts were a little off. Now, it seemed that the white ghouls had indeed gone through enough training, but they lacked a large amount of star power to give them a qualitative improvement. However, although they could increase their levels, their star techniques remained the same. However, that did not affect Jiang Shao, because when Jiang Shao absorbed star beads to upgrade his star techniques, he would calculate them according to the quality of the star bead. The simplest example would be the star bead in front of him. Although green glow and endurance were both of brass quality, the white ghoul star bead was of silver quality. Hence, after Jiang Shao absorbed it, his internal star map would increase, according to the silver quality green glow and endurance. Jiang Shao could upgrade green glow, endurance, and even blessing and decoy step by step, but for the others Jiang Shao looked up at Xia Yan and heard her yelling, "Don't just stand there, absorb it and see how it feels." Jiang Shao absorbed the silver quality white ghoul star bead and looked at his internal star map, ready to try out the other white ghouls with Xia Yan. There would be no harm in experimenting a few more times. P. Chapter 345. Thank you for the 100,000 rewards from the 7 European Alliance Masters. Boss, you're so generous. Thank you for your support. Character, Jiang Shao 1. Star Map, Big Dipper, Nebula Stage Level 32. Star Technique, 1. Blessing, Silver Quality Level 9, 1/10 2. Decoy, Silver Quality Level 9, 1/10 3. Green Glow, Gold Quality Level 4, 7 out of 104. Endurance, Gold Quality Level 4, 7 out of 100. 5. Bell, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10. 6. Imprint, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10 7. Nostalgia, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10 8. Dawn, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10 9. Enmity, Platinum Quality Level 0 10. Countercurrent Light, Platinum Quality Level 0 11. Sound of Silence, Platinum Quality Level 0, 2/10 3. Basic Technique, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Silver Quality Level 4. 2. Star Power Abundance, Silver Quality Level 23. Dagger Mastery, Silver Quality Level 44. Xia Family Swordsmanship, Silver Quality Level 94. Skill points. 113. That was the internal star map panel of Jiang Shao after he entered the snowfield on the 10th day. At this moment, he was suppressing his inner excitement and slaughtering the white ghouls with Xia Yan. Why does killing white ghouls make me so excited? It's because there's a white ghoul witch in the group of white ghouls, and also because Jiang Zhao's blessing and decoy are about to be upgraded to gold quality. In the past 10 days, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan found a total of 6 white ghoul witches in the southeast route, which was inaccessible to most people. Besides, each of the brass quality white ghoul witches had been forcefully upgraded to silver quality by the 2 of them. Jiang Zhao's blessing and decoy had also been upgraded rapidly, from the original silver quality level 3, 1/10, to the current silver quality level 9, 1/10. Wrist. Pay attention to your wrist movements. Shorten the stride of your left foot. Jiang Shao yelled while Xia Yan, who was beside him, took a step forward and swung her sword, sending a white ghoul flying. The girl behind the goggles couldn't help but glare at Jiang Shao, but she could only see his back. She wanted to rebuke Jiang Shao, but she had to admit that his guidance was right. Jiang Shao watched as the white ghoul witch turned around and disappeared into the forest. Without hesitation, he chased after it. After throwing out bell 3 times in a row, Jiang Shao listened attentively and chased after the white ghoul witch. In terms of physical fitness alone, the white ghoul witch would not be able to outrun Jiang Shao. Soon, the white ghoul witch was pushed to the ground by Jiang Shao from behind. Oh my god, this is incredible! Isn't this boy a little too wild? The white ghoul witch was a shriveled and ugly creature, but Jiang Shao actually pounced on it like a hungry tiger. He even rolled around several times in the snow with the white ghoul witch. When Xia Yan rushed to the scene, Jiang Shao was already half kneeling on the white ghoul witch's back with his knees pressed against it. Jiang Shao immediately fixed the former king in place, and pinned the white ghoul witch's skinny and pale arms behind its back, just like how a police officer would arrest a criminal. It was time for the exciting pig-rearing segment again. No, compulsion segment. That's not right either. It was time for the exciting, I'm doing it for your own good segment again. Standing on the moral high ground, Jiang Shao said to the white ghoul witch, "Hello, I'm good, everyone is good." With the concept of a win-win situation in mind, Xia Yan walked towards the captured white ghoul witch and stomped its hideous head into the snow. Its head, mouth, and nose were buried in the snow, and the white ghoul witch's terrifying shrieks turned into whimpers. Xia Yan held the giant sword and pressed it against the white ghoul witch's neck, ready to behead it at any time. She nodded slightly at Jiang Shao. A thick black line was released from Jiang Zhao's chest and connected to the white ghoul witch's back. Level up. Don't be that heroic brass anymore. It's been 10 years, why are you still so stubborn? Let's go, let me take you to the unyielding silver quality and let you see the world of the truly strong. White ghoul witch, I don't want to fight in the advancement round. Jiang Shao, no you do. White ghoul witch, I've lost. Jiang Shao, it's okay, you can advance even if you lose. Jiang Zhao's countercurrent light connected to Xia Yan, after which a large amount of star power surged towards the white ghoul witch that was being stepped on in the snow. Just like that, the gangster Jiang Xiaopi and the tyrant Xia Xiaoyan managed to groom a silver-quality white ghoul witch. The cruel, tyrannical, and vicious white ghoul witch actually looks a little pitiful? The white ghoul witch roared furiously, and as a large amount of wasted star power surged into the white ghoul witch's body, both of them knew that the white ghoul witch had advanced to the next level. Hence, Xia Yan's sword that had been pressed against its neck also fell. Before the white ghoul witch could go on a killing spree, it was beheaded by Xia Yan. It didn't have a chance to revive at all. The two tyrants had a clear goal and were skilled at killing the pig in one go. Jiang Shao squatted down and took out the bloodstained star bead. White ghoul witch star bead, silver quality, star technique, 1. Blessing. Slowly recovers the vitality of the target. Brass quality, upgradable, 2. Decoy. Creates an illusion to confuse the enemy. Brass quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Of course, absorb it. I want to see how effective the blessing of gold quality is. Blessing upgraded. Gold quality level 0. Decoy upgraded. Gold quality level 0. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and excited. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao was wearing a pair of large goggles that covered nearly half of his face, Xia Yan could not see his expression clearly. However, the smile that he revealed made Xia Yan have some guesses in her heart. Jiang Shao said, "Clean up the battlefield. Let's find a safe place. The smell of blood here is too strong." Normally speaking, a strong smell of blood was a good thing because it was just right for fishing. The two of them were domineering in the snowfield and would not be afraid of any hunting team. Even if they were to encounter the Knight of 100 Ghouls again, they would be able to escape unscathed. However, Xia Yan had no objections to Jiang Zhao's suggestion because she could already feel that Jiang Shao was going to do something big. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned a safe place. The two of them collected the white ghoul star bead and soon found a natural cave in the snowfield. After exploring it for a while, they did not find any traces of living creatures of other dimensions. Xia Yan carried the giant sword and went out to chop some firewood. When she returned to the natural cave again, she discovered two identical Jiang Shao. This is the star technique decoy? Why are the two of them in a daze? Why do they look so silly? Did Jiang Shao use his intelligence to exchange for such realistic bait? Xia Yan piled the firewood on the ground, and under the protection of her star power, her gloved palm ignited. She then inserted her hand into the pile of firewood. Hardcore ignition. Hey, you two, speak. Which one is real and which one is fake? Xia Yan stared at them for a while before lighting the firewood with her right hand and removing her goggles with her left hand. She then looked at the two Jiang Shao curiously. Who would have thought that their voices almost overlapped? Speaking of truth and falsehood, Xia Yan's hands trembled and her eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. Did decoy speak? What's decoy? The brass quality star technique is supposed to be an illusory figure. How can it speak? Due to the fact that Jiang Shao wanted to hide his star technique, the frequency of using decoy was extremely low. Xia Yan had never seen silver quality decoy before. Now that Xia Yan saw gold quality decoy, she felt that her worldview had been refreshed. Xia Yan looked at the two realistic Jiang Shao and wondered, has the decoy become a real person? Whoosh! One of the Jiang Zhao's body emitted the beautiful Big Dipper star map, allowing Xia Yan to recognize the real Jiang Shao. It seems that decoy Jiang Shao doesn't have a star map? Xia Yan was filled with bewilderment, but her eyes gradually glazed over because Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map was dazzling. The remaining silver quality blessing and decoy had already been promoted to gold quality. At this point, the quality of Jiang Zhao's star techniques was off the charts. 8 gold quality, 3 platinum quality. She didn't even have to use her eyes to look at it. Just listening to it was enough to make her feel excited. Xia Yan was dazzled and she slowly stood up before striding towards Jiang Shao. She extended her hand in a bid to touch the beautiful star map on Jiang Zhao's body, but she was stopped by the other Jiang Shao. Xia Yan subconsciously reached out and pushed the decoy Jiang Shao away, causing him to take a few steps back. Xia Yan was really dumbfounded because she felt that it was not a phantom that she had just pushed, but a real person. So, did I get the wrong person? The one without a star map is the real Jiang Shao? Jiang Shao, who was pushed away, did not let it go. He actually moved his limbs and punched Xia Yan. Xia Yan was an awakened who had been walking on the edge of life and death all year round. Hence, her physical memory was especially terrifying. Before her brain could react, her body had already reacted. Xia Yan dodged to the side and swept her long legs across, sending Jiang Shao flying with a whip kick. Bang! The decoy Jiang Zhao's back slammed against the wall of the cave, causing cracks to appear on it. The decoy Jiang Zhao's pained expression made Xia Yan panic. She knew that her subconscious actions had hurt Jiang Zhao. Feeling upset, Xia Yan hurriedly stepped forward in a bid to check on Jiang Zhao's injuries, but, however, as soon as Xia Yan walked halfway, Jiang Zhao, who was clutching his stomach and groaning in pain, suddenly turned into blue star power and scattered in the air like a dream. Oh my God! Some people disappear just like that? Xia Yan blinked and found that a living person had turned into specks of starlight that dissipated in front of her eyes. She found it a little difficult to adapt to it. Xia Yan hurriedly turned around and saw that there was still Jiang Zhao. She immediately felt relieved. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It's too realistic. It's fine that the clothes can be transformed. After all, it's a star technique of brass quality. However, the physical body and the expressions are too realistic." Jiang Zhao did not respond at all. At this moment, there was already a huge wave of shock in his heart. There was only one question in his mind. If the decoy were to be upgraded, would it be more realistic and human-like? Would the platinum-quality decoy be able to summon a star map? Xia Yan walked towards Jiang Zhao and said, "By the way, has the quality of your blessing been upgraded?" Jiang Zhao was still in a state of excitement and joy. When he heard Xia Yan's words, he subconsciously raised his hand. A beam of light immediately enveloped Xia Yan. The size of the beam of light did not change at all. So, the effect must have been strengthened? As expected, Xia Yan was walking well, but after she was suddenly shrouded by the holy light, her legs suddenly turned jelly and she fell to the ground. Xia Yan's 5 senses seemed to have been shielded, and she felt dizzy and dizzy. She fell to the ground while trembling slightly. She probably wouldn't be able to wake up anytime soon. Jiang Zhao did not notice the powerful control ability of his gold-quality blessing at all. At this moment, he was filled with the same thought. If the quality of the decoy were to be upgraded, would I be able to open a SMUF account? Top. Chapter 346. Blessing leveled up. Gold quality level 1. Decoy leveled up. Gold quality level 1. Ha! Ha! Xia Yan panted heavily and inserted the giant sword into the snow. She held onto the giant sword and slowly slid down to her knees. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see circles of white ghoul corpses spreading outwards with Xia Yan as the center. Jiang Zhao absorbed the white ghoul, which star bead, and finally, blessing and decoy reached gold quality level 1. Although he could now upgrade the white ghoul, which by instilling star power into it, he still needed 10 silver quality white ghoul, which star beads for a small upgrade. In other words, 100 white ghoul witches would be needed to upgrade the gold quality blessing and decoy to platinum quality. Clearly, it would be a long process. It was undeniable that Jiang Zhao was a little anxious. He desperately wanted to dig out the treasure that was platinum decoy and find out if the star technique could produce miracles. Hence, Xia Yan had to suffer. In the past 10 days, apart from resting for a few hours every day, the two of them spent most of their time traveling and killing. In a joke, the two of them would either be slashing or on the way to slashing. Okay. Xia Yan held onto the back of the giant sword with both hands, gritted her teeth, and closed her eyes while being enveloped by a ray of holy light. In the past 10 days, Xia Yan had gradually begun to enjoy the gold quality blessing. She had adapted to it. Of course, no matter how much she adapted to it, the effects of the gold quality blessing were still there. She definitely wouldn't dare to receive the blessing while walking or running. Otherwise, she would definitely end up in a terrible situation. There was a saying on the bus that suited Xia Yan very well. "The bus is starting, please stand still and hold it properly." At this moment, Xia Yan was sitting very steadily. Bathed in the holy light, Xia Yan seemed to have smelled the scent of spring even though she was in the snowfield. Every pore on her body opened up and she breathed freely like a spring breeze. She was enjoying the beauty of life to the fullest. For a short period of time, Xia Yan was even deprived of her other senses, which was extremely terrifying for a person on the battlefield. A small loss of perception of the external environment could cause a warrior to lose his or her life. However, it was very safe now, so Xia Yan didn't care about that. She only felt that the holy light was bringing her extreme enjoyment. It was the jubilation of every cell in his body, as if they were prostrating themselves in worship and reveling in the large amount of vitality that was pouring in. Then, she came back to life. She opened her slightly blurry eyes, and as if she had been reborn, she saw the young man collecting the star beads through the goggles. Xia Yan did not want to admit it, but in the past 10 days, she had gradually become familiar with, and even fell in love with such a feeling. Jiang Zhao's healer was indeed poisonous. There were many explanations for poison. To Xia Yan, gold-quality blessing was the kind of poison that could make her addicted. How long would it take to go to a bathhouse with a pleasant environment and considerate service to bathe, massage, and soothe the body and mind? How relaxed do you need to be to achieve the desired effect? Jiang Zhao told you that for a top technician like him, the treatment would take about 3 to 10 seconds each time. However, no matter how comfortable the spa was, Xia Yan couldn't stay in the snowfield any longer. Tomorrow was the day that Xia Yan would apply for the entrance examination. As early as 3 days ago, Xia Yan's results for the college entrance examination had already been released. Until now, she still had no idea how she had done. Xiaopi, we should go back, Xia Yan said. Jiang Zhao collected the white ghoul star beads and thought about it for a while before saying, "Okay, I'll send you back. I'll stay here for a while. School will start in early September, so I don't have much time left." Xia Yan realized how desperate Jiang Zhao was to improve his abilities. "However," she said, "no, I can't rest assured if you stay here alone. Besides, if I leave you here and go back on my own, your sister will kill me." Jiang Zhao remained silent for a while without responding. "My results are out. You should be concerned about them too. At the same time, you can give me some advice on how to apply for the entrance examination." Xia Yan changed her perspective and tried to persuade him. "There aren't many major events in my life. Don't you intend to participate in them? I've taken you in as my disciple for free." Jiang Zhao was convinced by Xia Yan's words. The two of them had been fighting in the snowfield for 20 days. Although Xia Yan was always bickering with him, she didn't complain at all in the past 20 days. "Hey Jiang Zhao, you're getting carried away." Jiang Zhao secretly reflected on himself and smiled at Xia Yan apologetically. "Yes, let's go back. Your results seem to have been released a few days ago. I've been too careless." Xia Yan answered, "Improving your abilities is always the right thing to do. It's just that I need to fill in the application form and you need to rest." Jiang Zhao nodded thoughtfully and said, "I understand the logic. I just want to ask, when did you become so considerate and considerate? Be more normal. I'm not used to it." Xia Yan smirked and held onto the back of the giant sword. She slowly stood up and said, "Because you've been serving me very well, imp." Am I serving you? I'm rewarding you because you've worked hard and contributed a lot. You're rebelling." Jiang Zhao raised his hand and gave another blessing to Xia Yan, who was crawling up with the help of the sword. Xia Yan's legs turned jelly and she sat back down in the snow again. Although a white ghoul's corpse was worth 100 yuan, the two of them had no time to clean it up. To be honest, they could only drag a few of them back. After leaving the snowfield, the two of them quickly washed up in the town hall before driving away from Jianan village and hurrying back to Jiangbin City. Zhonghua City. Zhonghua City was indeed a high-end residential area. At the end of June, it was surrounded by trees and the environment was pleasant. As the car drove along the winding mountain path in the residential area, the flowers on both sides were beautiful and seemed to be celebrating Xia Yan's success. In fact, that was indeed the case. When the Xia family drove Jiang Shao into their private courtyard, Auntie Zhou heard the sound of the car and came out to greet them. She waved at Xia Yan while beaming with joy. She seemed to be in high spirits and seemed to have become 10 years younger. As a middle-aged woman, Auntie Zhou deprived Xia Yan of the right to check her own scores. As soon as Xia Yan entered the villa, Auntie Zhou, who had been nagging along the way, had already revealed all of Xia Yan's scores. Xia Yan was dumbfounded. She was still thinking about checking her scores with her trembling hands, but what happened in the end? Auntie Zhou revealed everything to her while getting her slippers for her. Why does Auntie Zhou know all about it? Of course, it was because Han Jiangxue knew all of Xia Yan's information and checked her scores as soon as the results were announced. Han Jiangxue had self-control, but Auntie Zhou, well, strictly speaking, it was Han Jiangxue's fault. Auntie Zhou had been taking care of Xia Yan for such a long time and really treated her like her own child. As soon as the results of the candidates were announced on the television, Auntie Zhou felt uneasy every day. Auntie Zhou was especially worried about Xia Yan's exam result. Besides, she had been waiting for Xia Yan for a long time, so much so that her gums were swollen. Han Jiangxue noticed that Auntie Zhou had been in a bad state for the past few days and felt sorry for her. Hence, she told her about the result. Now, Auntie Zhou was able to enjoy her meals, sleep soundly, and smile like a blooming flower. She would hum a tune every day while cooking and cleaning the house. When she saw that Xia Yan had returned, she said everything that she should and shouldn't have said. Xia Yan pursed her lips awkwardly and scurried up to the second floor. Auntie Zhou didn't realize that there was a problem and simply grinned from ear to ear. She said to Jiang Shao, Great, Miss Xia has grown up. She can go to the Star Warrior Academy with you guys now. Jiang Shao gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed, Awesome! Jiang Shao then hurriedly entered the house and hid in his own room, for fear that he would be affected by Xia Yan's anger. At this moment, Xia Yan dashed into Han Jiangxue's room while Han Jiangxue was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the flower beds in the backyard and absorbing star power. Did I pass the cutoff point for the Star Warrior Academy? Xia Yan asked anxiously while turning on the computer. Han Jiangxue turned around and glanced at Xia Yan from the corner of her eye. Check it yourself. While turning on the computer, Xia Yan said, Auntie Zhou told me everything. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Xia Yan was speechless. Cultural Studies, 750 out of 750 points. Language, 129 Mathematics, 139 English, 138 Physics, 88 Chemistry, 89 Biology, 89 Politics, 88 History, 61 Geography, 76 according to the three choices Language plus English plus Biology or Politics. The total score was 672. Xia Yan asked, 672, I've passed the cutoff point, right? Han Jiangxue said softly, You've also been awarded the honorary title of Good Samaritan during the Chinese New Year. You'll get an additional 10 points for the Cultural Studies class. 682 points? Xia Yan checked the cutoff point for the Cultural Studies class of the Star Warrior Academy. The cutoff point for the Star Warrior Academy in Beijiang Province is 651 points? That's not very high. Han Jiangxue smiled and nodded. The Star Warrior Academy doesn't have high requirements for the Cultural Studies class. Xia Yan snapped back to her senses and hurriedly looked at the STAR examination, 500 out of 100 points. Written STAR study test, 82 points out of 100 points. STAR power assessment, peak of nebula, 94 points out of 100 points. Team assessment, 265 points out of 300 points. Total score, 441 points. Xia Yan raised her eyebrows and said, "The cutoff point for the Star Warrior Academy is 420 points? That's not very high." Han Jiangxue smiled and said, "Your team assessment score is very high, the highest in Beijiang province." Besides, Xia Yan asked, "What?" Han Jiangxue said calmly, "You're the top scorer in the Provincial Star Warrior Academy." Xia Yan's eyes widened in a daze. The total score for your star study is not 441 points, but 481 points, Han Jiangxue said softly. The champion of the Provincial High School League is 10 points, the champion of the Provincial Second Wasteland Reclamation is 10 points, and the champion of the National High School League is 20 points. Oh my God, my score almost spilled out? Xia Yan licked her lips and asked, "I got 481 points out of 500 points." Han Jiangxue smiled and nodded with a hint of joy in her eyes. She said, "Auntie asked you to call her as soon as you come back." Xia Yan let out a shriek and looked just like a cheerful husky. Overjoyed, she scurried back to her room to look for the mobile phone that had been thrown away for more than 20 days. At the same time, Jiang Shao arrived in front of Han Jiangxue's door, holding onto the mobile phone that he had just charged and turned on. Han Jiangxue looked at Xia Yan's back with a gratified smile and said, "You're back? How did it go? Did the experiment succeed?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It succeeded. Let me tell you something first." Before Han Jiangxue could rejoice, she asked, "What is it?" Jiang Shao said, "I have to go home." Han Jiangxue asked, "Why? You don't want to stay here anymore?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "Second last should be looking for me." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao had just charged his mobile phone and turned it on. There was only one word on it, home. Apex. Chapter 347. When Jiang Shao barged into the tiger's den alone, it was already 7 p.m. at night. Although Jiang Shao received the text message in the afternoon after charging and switching on his mobile phone, he did not rush home immediately. However, Jiang Shao did not rush home immediately because the deranged husky was scattering flowers all over the house. He even dragged Jiang Shao out to buy a cake for them to celebrate. Han Jiangxue was arranged to cook dinner with Auntie Zhou. Xia Yan dragged Jiang Shao out of the house and drove to her favorite cake shop. The foodie Xia Yan licked her lips while watching the pastry chef make the chocolate cake on the spot. She really treated today as her birthday. Of course, she was indeed qualified to enjoy such treatment. After all, she was the top star warrior of the province. Xia Yan came in high spirits and returned with loads of rewards. She then had dinner with Aunt Zhou, Han Jiangxue, and Jiang Shao to celebrate together. Jiang Shao couldn't bear to let them down. After dinner, Jiang Shao said a few words to Han Jiangxue before leaving Xia Yan's house and hailing a cab back to Huiyuan Estate. Walking on the main road of his estate, Jiang Zhao's heart sank. He saw the black sedan again at the familiar spot on the main road of the estate. The license plate number was Jiang A0S686. It's really her. However, I'm already so familiar with her. Why do I still feel so heavy? Is it because her aura is too domineering? Or is it because she exerts too much pressure on others? Or is it because Jiang Shao seemed to have found the key to his heavy heart, the mother and son of the Gao family? Ever since that incident, Jiang Shao had never seen second last again. He only received a letter from her after winning the second wasteland reclamation. After the National League, Jiang Shao and the others created a miracle, but second last disappeared without a trace and never wrote to Jiang Shao. Now she had finally appeared again. Old friends. Before Jiang Shao could finish lamenting, the delivery man at the side, who was not full yet, rode past him on his motorcycle while grumbling. Jiang Shao took 2 quick steps and turned around, only to see the delivery man parking his motorcycle and taking out a bag of food. The delivery man seemed to have realized something too. When he saw Jiang Shao looking at him, he seemed to have his guard up, seemingly treating Jiang Shao as a thief. Jiang Shao strode forward and opened the door with the access card. "Wait. Please wait for a moment." The delivery boy finally reacted and ran after him. The two of them walked to the elevator and Jiang Shao pressed the button. One of the elevators was on the first floor and the two of them entered it. Jiang Shao pressed 7 and asked, "Which floor?" The delivery boy replied, "7th floor." Jiang Shao. The deliverman tilted his head and realized that 7 had already been pressed. Jiang Shao asked, 700? The delivery boy looked at the bill. 701. Jiang Shao suddenly said, "I've watched this episode before." The delivery boy? Jiang Shao snatched the takeaway bag and opened it, only to see that it was filled with barbecued meat wrapped in tin foil. The metal skewers were still exposed. The delivery boy, "Huh? Don't snatch it." Hearing the familiar lines, Jiang Shao answered without looking up, "In a while, I'm going to use these lamb skewers to capture the heart of a lady." "And you?" Jiang Shao suddenly turned around and looked at the deliverman. "You'll worry if I'm lying to you. You'll watch as I enter building 701. When my girlfriend and I embrace each other passionately, you'll feel extremely hurt and you'll slam on the button to close the elevator door." The delivery boy was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao shook his head and sighed. "When we reach the 7th floor, I advise you to go down directly." The delivery boy rolled his eyes at Jiang Shao. "Cut the crap. Are you trying to steal the takeaway? If I go down and you enter 702 with the lamb skewers, what should I do?" "She's not very beautiful." Jiang Shao sighed softly and continued, "But she's very classy, especially her eyes. You'll never forget them for the rest of your life." Ding dong. When they reached the 7th floor, Jiang Shao stepped out of the elevator and turned around, only to see the delivery boy staring at him silently while pressing the button to open the door. Jiang Shao looked at the delivery boy with a pitiful expression and asked, "Are you still so stubborn?" The delivery boy was thinking, "Is this kid sick in the head? You'll regret it." Jiang Shao took the plastic bag with his left hand and took out the key with his right hand. He put it on the lock, but suddenly changed his mind and knocked on the door. "She's my first love, but the gangster king in our school likes her too. It was during the 3rd year of high school. After school, I confessed to her in front of that hoodlum." The delivery boy actually listened to him and asked, "You didn't get beaten up, did you? At that time, that gangster chased me down 8 streets. Jiang Shao chuckled in disdain. "During the second half of year 3, I didn't even dare to buy crispy noodle snacks from the store at the entrance of the school. Be it in school or on the way home from school, I was always prepared to run for my life." The delivery boy was finally relieved. "You guys are living together now. That's a good outcome, isn't it?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "She was convinced by my courage and fell in love with me completely. However, I only realized after I graduated from high school that I didn't love her at all." The delivery boy asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao sighed softly, his eyes full of desolation. "What I love is the feeling of being on the run for my life." The delivery boy was dumbfounded. Kachuk! The door of Unit 701 opened and a tall figure appeared in front of it. Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at the familiar face. He reached out and handed the takeout bag over. "I'm back. No one can hurt me." The tall figure lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao, who seemed to be asking for credit. Her stiff and cold face softened a little, and there was a hint of gratification and admiration in her cold eyes. She grabbed the takeout bag with one hand and pressed her other hand on Jiang Zhao's head before rubbing it gently. She said in a low and hoarse voice, "Well done. I'll give you an affectionate hug." Jiang Shao replayed the scene from the previous time and second last said in a muffled voice, "But you have to remember, you can't keep my heart. I'm a man who's like the wind." Pa, pa, pa. The delivery boy pressed the button to close the door frantically. I'm having a mental breakdown with a peculiar expression on her face. Second last pressed Jiang Zhao's head back and said in a hoarse voice, "What?" Jiang Zhao immediately asked, I'm asking you how you got into my house." "I wanted to enter, so I did," second last said before turning around and walking back into the house. Jiang Zhao stared at her back with bewilderment written all over his head. "That's it? What kind of explanation is that? Besides, where's my praise? Where's my reward? I've just won the national championship. That's unprecedented and record-breaking. Yet, you're going to dismiss me just because you said, 'Well done'?" Jiang Zhao hurriedly walked in, only to find that second last was seated on the sofa in the living room with a pile of fruits and beer on the coffee table. A domestic drama was being broadcasted on the television. Jiang Zhao asked, "Don't you know how to praise me?" Second last sat on the sofa and looked up at Jiang Zhao. After pondering for a while, she said, "Not bad." Jiang Zhao was speechless. After saying that, second last lowered her head and tore open the takeaway. The first thing she took out from the hot tin foil was not a lamb skewer, but a grilled codfish. However, there was too much sauce on the codfish. Hence, when she picked it up, the spicy sauce dripped down the tail of the fish. Jiang Zhao walked forward and pushed the trash can under her while asking, "Mrs. Gao," before he could finish, second last interrupted him forcefully and said in a stiff voice, "During this critical period, anyone who violates the rules will be killed without mercy." Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "It's good that you're fine." Upon hearing this, second last tilted her head and took a bite of the fish. She said softly, "I'm a light chaser." Jiang Zhao's eyes glistened and he asked, "Is this your credit? Have you been reinstated?" Second last was indifferent to Jiang Zhao's question. She simply said, "Captain." Jiang Zhao asked, "You've been promoted to captain? Where's your original captain?" Second last said in a hoarse voice, "He went to another team. The higher-ups ordered me to take over the team's designation." Jiang Zhao asked, "Who are your current teammates? Are they reliable? Are they able to keep up with you?" Second last said, "I'm the only one." Jiang Zhao was speechless. Second last threw the fish in her hand into the tin foil and took out a piece of paper to wipe her fingers. She said, "I can take on apprentices now. I have time and energy." Jiang Zhao said, "Oh." Second last glanced at Jiang Zhao and asked, "How's your Russian practice going?" Jiang Zhao was a little embarrassed. "Russian? How's your practice going? You should be asking me how I've forgotten." Looking at Jiang Zhao's expression, second last knew that he didn't complete the task she had assigned him at all. However, it was understandable. He had been participating in competitions and studying for the entire year, and he even had to enter the dimensional space to train. Time was indeed tight. Hence, second last did not blame Jiang Zhao. Instead, she said, "Since you're back, follow me to White Mountain." White Mountain? The White Mountain Range in Dajiang? Jiang Zhao asked in shock. "Yes," second last answered casually, took out a lamb skewer and sniffed it. Jiang Zhao was in a dilemma. Jiang Zhao was put in a difficult position. The land of Huaxia was very vast. It would be a long journey from Beijiang to Dajiang. He asked, "How long?" Second last said, "I'm not sure." Jiang Zhao blinked and said, "You're leaving your jurisdiction. Are you not sure how long you've taken?" Second last turned to look at Jiang Zhao and said, "The Guardians of the Night in the Northwest have transferred my team." "You transferred your tail feather team? Aren't you the only one in your team? So, did they transfer you? Or?" Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and thought of the sincere look in Feng Yi's eyes when he was in the stadium in Chang'an City. Jiang Zhao frantically asked, "Why did they transfer you?" Second last said, "That's not something you should know. Just follow me to capture Star Pet." "Star Pets? Speaking of which, what kind of Star Pet do you fancy?" Why don't we go to the snowfield to play instead of going to the northwest? Can I be your star pet? I'm a big healer. Do you want to give me a blessing? The kind that's addictive. Top. Chapter 348. That's right. Jiang Shao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and spoke on the phone softly. Second Last was lying comfortably on the large sofa in the living room behind him. I know that school will start in early September, Jiang Shao said while subconsciously turning around to look at Second Last. Her ponytail was still tied very low at the back of her head, making her look rather languid. She was lying on her back on the sofa with her legs overlapped on the coffee table. Her hands were spread out on both sides of the sofa screen while she tilted her head and watched the television quietly. Hearing the harsh words, "School will start in early September," Second Last turned around and glanced at Jiang Shao with her long and narrow eyes. That cold temperament, coupled with her languid attitude of enjoyment, exuded a strange charm. Seeing that he had already caught her attention, Jiang Shao asked directly, "When can I come back?" Second Last tilted her head and looked at Jiang Shao. Her voice was short and hoarse. "I don't know." Jiang Shao was speechless. "Don't you know? I've been working hard for an entire year and I've finally stood in the center of the stage and shone brightly. I've finally entered the Capital Star Warrior Academy. I'm going to start school in September, but you insist on taking me to the Northwest. I don't even know when you'll let me come back." Jiang Shao said, "I'll start school in September." Second Last turned around and continued to watch the boring domestic drama series on the television. "You're my apprentice. You're already in school now." Jiang Shao was rather speechless, but he didn't deny that. The two of them had an agreement long ago, and Jiang Shao was a man of his word. However, Jiang Shao said, "At least I'm going to the Capital Star Warrior Academy, which is the highest school that many people dream of. It's not Jiangbin High School where I can come and go as I please. I can apply for leave, but you have to at least give me a time and date." Second Last leaned her head back and lay on the sofa screen, seemingly a little impatient. She said, "The Star Beast won't inform us where it will give birth. I don't think you and I can absorb it successfully in one go." "You and I?" Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and wondered, what does Second Last mean? Did she find an astral pet for him as well? Jiang Shao was a little touched. It felt great to have someone secretly caring for and trying to help you when you weren't aware of it. Jiang Shao stepped forward and plopped down on the sofa. "I know you have good intentions, but you should have told me in advance. How do you know if I like that kind of star pet?" Second Last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said, "You don't have to like it as long as it suits you." Jiang Shao. They could be together as long as they were suitable? Was love not important? "How old are you? 25 years old? Or 26 years old? Why did you lose faith in this world at such a young age? As a man, shouldn't I step forward bravely and correct your distorted view of love?" "Ah." Jiang Shao suddenly snapped back to his senses and said into the phone, "I got it. I'll be careful." In an independent villa in a famous Chinese city, Han Jiangxue frowned and hung up the phone. Xia Yan asked curiously, "How is it?" Han Jiangxue shook her head and sighed before saying, "His master wants to take him to the northwest for training. We don't know when he'll return." Xia Yan asked with a slightly stunned expression, "That light chasing Second Last? She wants to take Xiaopi to the northwest? You actually let him go? You don't have to worry about it?" Han Jiangxue smiled bitterly and thought to herself, "Of course I don't have to worry about Second Last's abilities." Second Last could be considered a benefactor of the siblings. She had also brought Jiang Shao to train in the snowfield for more than a month and played a crucial role in Jiang Zhao's growth. She had also shielded the siblings from the wind and rain when they went to seek help. She was a member of the Guardians of the Night, a special light chaser who was now the captain of the light chasing team. To the siblings, second last was undoubtedly a big shot who was an absolute powerhouse in the Starfall stage. She wanted to help Jiang Shao, which was exactly what they wanted. On the other hand, Jiang Shao was the one who requested to go. He was no longer a child and could already take charge. He wanted to see the mountains and rivers of China during the holidays, and Han Jiangxue had no reason to stop him. However, it was a pity that second last only brought along her disciples and wasn't willing to bring along outsiders. Otherwise, Han Jiangxue would like to accompany him on the trip too. Everything wasn't a problem, and Han Jiangxue was just worried that Jiang Shao wouldn't be able to attend classes in time. She hoped that her worries were unnecessary. Han Jiangxue put away her mobile phone silently and turned to look at Xia Yan. How do you plan to spend the holidays? Xia Yan was slightly stunned to hear her words, but her eyes immediately glistened. Where do you want to go? Han Jiangxue bent her finger and tapped Xia Yan's forehead in amusement. She said, Let's go apply for a Star Warrior certificate and then go to the Provincial Star Association to see if there's anything we can do. It'd be better if we can receive some special missions. Xia Yan finally realized that it was almost impossible to waste time when she was with Han Jiangxue. She was an extremely hard-working and self-disciplined person. In Huayuan Estate, Jiang Shao looked at second last curiously and said, I'm only in the early nebula stage. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to absorb star pets. Second last did not refute him. Instead, she remained silent for a while before saying, These star beasts are very precious. You'll regret it if you miss the opportunity. Jiang Shao asked curiously, What kind of star pet is it? Tell me its name and I'll check it on the internet. Second last said calmly, Baishan Shuyu, platinum quality. Ice, wind, heart of nature. Increases resistance to various elements. High defense, sufficient chi and blood, fast speed, can fly, and is suitable for cutting in and escaping from the battlefield. Jiang Shao panicked and thought, What kind of creature of another dimension is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Jiang Shao picked up his mobile phone and searched for Baishan Shu. However, the information that he found was not about creatures of another dimension at all, but some messy company names and locations. It's not even on the internet? It's impossible for it to be in the book. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao felt much more relaxed. If Jiang Shao really couldn't recall it despite having learned the relevant knowledge, it would be truly awkward. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he said, This creature of another dimension, second last said, There's only one snow mountain domain in China, but it has suddenly appeared in the White Mountains. It has seriously threatened the safety of the country and society. Jiang Shao made up his mind and said, We're going to help close the dimensional space and see if we can catch a few star pets. Second last actually thought about it seriously and said in a hoarse voice, Sure. Sure? Oh no, did I lead her astray? Second last said, It's not just the dimensional space in the Snow Mountain domain. The dimensional spaces in the White Mountain range of the entire Dajiang province are also extremely active. They're blooming everywhere. You have to be prepared to fight at any time. Jiang Shao got a great shock. He could tell from the name Baishan Shuyu that the creature was extremely powerful. It was at least of the platinum quality. How could it be weak? Does second last mean that the space there is extremely unstable? Are there dimensional space gates opening everywhere? Can I do it with my meager strength? All of a sudden, Jiang Shao fell into deep thought. He had to hug second last's thighs because they were thick and long. It would definitely be comfortable to hug them, but the problem was that he was afraid that she would run too fast and leave Jiang Shao behind. Second last suddenly changed the topic and said, I watched your competition. You're talented in cold weapons. After all, Jiang Zhao's swordsmanship improved tremendously the last time second last brought him to train in the snowfield of Xindan Creek. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't try to be humble and simply said, "Hard work will always yield results." Second last asked, "Do you want to learn spear techniques?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Isn't second last a short-range soldier? Why does she know spear techniques?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "No, I'll be fine with the Xia family's swordsmanship. I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew." Second last nodded thoughtfully and said, "Bow and arrow." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and his eyes glistened. He had left the gold-quality ancient archer general star bead behind to prepare for a rainy day. Although he had yet to confirm if he would absorb the ancient archer general star bead, no one could be certain about the future. Ever since Jiang Zhao's decoy was upgraded to gold quality and had a physical body, Jiang Shao had a bold idea. He wanted to start a SMUF account. If that idea were to come true, he would definitely be able to absorb the ancient archer general star bead. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and said, "Sure, learn archery. It's never a burden to have more skills." The first sentence was that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. The second sentence was that he shouldn't have more skills. Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and asked, "Do you know how to use a bow and arrow too?" Second last shook her head and said, "I don't know how to use a spear or bow and arrow. I'll contact a professional coach to train me during this trip to White Mountain. If you want to learn, you can come along." Jiang Shao asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly give up fighting blades and choose to learn spears and bow and arrow?" Second last said in a hoarse voice, "I didn't give up fighting blades, I just wanted to strengthen myself." It was understandable that she wanted to enrich her offensive methods and increase her skills. With second last's qualifications and talent in sports, there definitely wouldn't be a problem. What really made Jiang Shao doubt was that second last's star map was that of a beast. No one knew what the specific effects of her star map would be after she summoned it. However, was second last's choice of spear and bow really the right choice? Second last was already in the starfall stage. Did she already have the ability to turn stars into martial arts? Did she already know the effects of turning stars into martial arts, so she chose to learn spears and bow and arrow? Jiang Shao was filled with bewilderment, but he heard second last say in a hoarse voice, "When I first told you that I'd taken a fancy to a star pet and asked you to tame it with me 9 months later, my target wasn't Baishan Shu." Jiang Shao looked at second last in bewilderment and thought, it turns out that her target was not Baishan Shu. She's not the kind of person who would change her target easily. What happened? Second last suddenly turned around and seemed to be in a much better mood at the mention of that topic. She actually raised her hand that was resting on the sofa screen and pressed it against Jiang Zhao's head. She then rubbed it gently and said, "The White Mountain Range suddenly became so active, the Guardians of the Night in the northwest were suddenly transferred, and I was suddenly promoted to the captain. All of these were arranged by God, but there were also human factors. She wasn't a talkative person, but the fact that she could say so many words in a single sentence showed how great she was in a good mood." Jiang Shao remained silent. There was no need to explain God's arrangements, but human factors. Both of them were well aware of what the so-called human factors were, but they had a tacit understanding and neither of them pointed it out. The only thing that made Jiang Shao feel bewildered was that second last should have brought Han Jiangxue Xiaoyan and Li Wei along with her. However, second last ignored everyone else and only brought Jiang Shao along. What else did she have in mind? God gave me a chance to enter the Snow Mountain domain that was originally impossible to enter and let me look for Baishan Shu. Second last retracted her palm and stared at Jiang Shao quietly. "I'm willing to make changes for it. I can't just be a foot soldier." "Wait a minute." Jiang Shao came to a realization and thought, "Isn't Baishan Shu a feather? It's not a strange creature? Instead, it's a creature like a horse, a cow or a camel. The kind that can be ridden." Chapter 349. Second last was more prestigious than Jiang Shao had imagined. The two of them took a plane to Dajiang province. Besides, it wasn't a civilian plane. At 6 a.m. in the morning, Jiang Shao drove the inconspicuous black sedan with the license plate of Jiang A0S686. Under second last's instructions, he drove all the way to a place that was not shown on the map. Jiang Shao looked at the checkpoints in front of him and then at second last, who was in the passenger seat. "I don't have a driver's license." Second last was speechless. She took out a document from her pocket and threw it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao drove the car forward slowly while flipping through the document. This special military officer ID was exquisitely made. It was square and made of black leather. There was no need to open it. On the outside there was a special emblem that looked like a shield. The emblem on the shield was also very unique. It was a modified version of the word Yi. Jiang Shao passed by many checkpoints and basically only had to flash the special military officer's certificate before he could pass through. At the last few checkpoints, the soldiers were extremely strict with the military officer's certificate. They would then flip it open and check it. It was second last's military officer's information, after which the soldiers saluted and let them pass. To be honest, Jiang Shao was a little flustered. Gosh! Not to mention breaking into the military base, Jiang Shao would be charged with driving without a license even if he was stopped by an ordinary traffic police officer on the street. Well, fortunately, there are no traffic police in such places. It's all second last's fault. She clearly knows that I have long legs and it's uncomfortable to drive this car. Yet, she still insists on driving it. Why didn't she change to a bigger Jeep? Is she deliberately looking for an excuse not to drive? At 13 a.m., after waiting for 7 long hours, Jiang Shao finally got a flight. Jiang Shao didn't think that he was qualified to take such a vehicle, but he followed second last and boarded the plane. No one stopped him along the way. It was worth noting that there were many burly men and women in the medium-sized transport plane. Jiang Shao knew that they were soldiers, and not ordinary ones at that. Their uniforms were not uniform, and he could tell that they were probably in a team. They were friendly with each other, but they did not communicate much. Normally, Jiang Zhao's giant steel sword was extremely eye-catching and would become the center of attention wherever he went. However, on this military aircraft, Jiang Zhao's giant sword was perfectly integrated into it. The soldiers from various special forces carried all kinds of cold weapons, which really opened Jiang Zhao's eyes. Star techniques were indeed magical things. For star warriors who had reached a certain level of ability, cold weapons that could carry star techniques were much more useful than firearms. Jiang Shao also discovered a problem. When second last boarded the plane with him, she didn't board the private plane. Instead, she boarded with the other teams. A military plane from Beijiang province to Dajiang province appeared after just 7 hours of waiting. What did this mean? Is there a large number of special forces heading towards Dajiang province? If the two of them didn't take this flight and continued to wait, would there be another military plane full of special soldiers flying towards Dajiang province in a few hours? A few hours later, the military plane slowly landed. Jiang Shao did not even know where he was. It was a novel feeling that Jiang Shao had never dared to imagine. He actually felt like he was participating in a military mission. Seems to be the case? China was vast, but the entire country followed the time of the capital and the standard of the East 8 districts. Hence, at the end of June, the sky would turn dark later in Dajiang province. Basically, it would only turn dark after 9 or 10 p.m. The sky was clear and the temperature was just right for Jiang Shao. He looked around and reckoned that it should be a base. Perhaps it wouldn't be shown on the map. When he was in Jiangbin City, Jiang Shao still dared to fool around. However, in this unfamiliar and solemn place, Jiang Shao was especially obedient. He followed behind second last and boarded a military vehicle. Second last and the soldier who was driving the vehicle talked about a few unfamiliar places before taking a nap in the front passenger seat. She didn't speak, and Jiang Shao, who was in the back seat, also wiped his giant sword quietly. He thought that they would reach their destination soon, but to his surprise, the soldier drove the vehicle for 7 hours. They drove from dawn to dusk, which was longer than the time Jiang Shao spent on the plane. When the military vehicle drove into a military camp in the wilderness, it was already completely dark. "Commanding officer," said a few young soldiers who opened the door for Second Last and saluted her in unison. "Okay." Second Last's aura left Jiang Shao secretly speechless. Her menacing eyes were so menacing that he shuddered in fear. One of the soldiers said, "Commanding Officer Yao Feng ordered us to come and welcome you. We've already arranged a tent for you. Commanding Officer Yao Feng has already found a candidate for you according to your request." "If," Second Last interrupted the soldier and said, "send someone to see me at 5 p.m. tomorrow." The soldier, who was supposed to be straightforward, was caught in a dilemma. He said, "Commanding officer, this soldier is out on a mission. It's a critical period now, so it's not convenient to recall him. Commanding Officer Yao Feng has instructed you to supervise and guide their team." Second Last frowned and said, "Give me the information later. I'll go and look for him tomorrow." Jiang Shao, who was at the side, also understood. She's asking Second Last to carry out a mission in a certain dimensional space? That Yao Feng guy sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. The soldier said, "We'll take you to the tent now and arrange a place for this comrade to rest." However, Second Last said, "No, he can stay in my tent. Prepare everything within half an hour and send it to my tent. I'll set off tomorrow morning." The soldier said, "Yes." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. How can men and women sleep together in the military camp? "Okay, you're not ordinary soldiers, and this is a temporary camp in the wilderness. But, Jiang Shao entered the tent happily. "Wow. I'm looking forward to it. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel." The so-called tents were not as spacious as those in historical dramas on television. Besides, the layout inside was very simple, and there was only a mat on the ground. Jiang Shao looked around and wondered, are they going to use sleeping bags? Most of the people here are resolute and strict. After Second Last brought the items that she had requested, she looked through them and washed up before putting on her sleeping bag to sleep. Second Last slept soundly and peacefully. Apart from her rhythmic breathing, she was terrifyingly quiet. Even her breathing was very soft. Accompanied by her long breaths, Jiang Shao also fell into a deep sleep. That night Jiang Shao dreamed of a pure white feather, gently fluttering in the air. In the early hours of the next day, Jiang Shao was woken up when the sky was dark. Jiang Shao opened his sleepy eyes and saw Second Last, who was dressed in a military uniform and ready to go, staring at the dim night lights that had just been turned on. She was wearing a black camouflage combat cap, and under the brim of the cap, her eyes were like those of a ferocious beast in the dark night, emitting a faint glow. Jiang Shao got a great shock and almost exclaimed, "Ghost!" Due to the cap, her ponytail had to be tied higher so that her hair could be seen through the cap, which made her look much more heroic. Seeing that Jiang Shao had woken up, Second Last got up and left. Jiang Shao only woke up after a long while and hurriedly got up, only to discover that the clothes beside his sleeping bag had been changed into the same black camouflage uniform that Second Last was wearing. Black camouflage cap, black camouflage uniform, black military boots. The entire set was almost as cool as the black cloaks of the guardians of the Snowfield Guards. What surprised Jiang Shao the most was that there was an armband on the right arm of the black camouflage uniform with red words on it, "Night." So, I'm a light chasing team internally, but still the guardians of the night to outsiders? From today onwards, I'll be starting my career in the military, right? Jiang Shao quickly put on his clothes, carried his military backpack, and walked out of the tent with his sword, only to see that there was already a military vehicle waiting outside. And it's a convertible one? Jiang Shao resisted the urge to jump in and walked to the side door of the military vehicle. Well, in the end, he couldn't help but jump in with his sword. So, this is what it feels like to be in an overturned military vehicle. The soldier in the driver's seat and second last did not say anything about Jiang Zhao's behavior. Jiang Shao was indeed curious about everything around him. In just one day, Jiang Shao felt like he had entered another life. Due to the painful lesson he had learned yesterday, Jiang Shao asked after getting into the car, "Where are we going? How long is the drive?" Jiang Shao didn't want to sit there and wait for 7 or 8 hours. If he didn't enter the dimensional space immediately, he wouldn't have to be so tense. However, no one paid attention to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao asked, "Second last?" In the dark night, the military vehicle sped forward while the two figures in front swayed left and right as the vehicle drove. They didn't respond at all. Jiang Shao reached out and grabbed second last's ponytail before tugging it down. "Where are we going?" "Okay, it's fine now." As soon as he tugged, Jiang Shao regretted it. Chapter 350. Half an hour later, the military vehicle drove all the way into another military camp in the wilderness. The military camp could hardly be considered a military camp because there were only 2 tents and very few soldiers. At this moment, there were more than 10 soldiers on standby with guns in their hands, guarding the door to the dimensional space that had been opened. The dimensional door was still emitting white mist. Clearly, the soldiers were there specifically for the door of the dimensional space. When they heard the sound of a vehicle, they aimed their black muzzles in the direction of the vehicle. Jiang Shao did not blame them. They were a group of people who were really risking their lives on the battlefield. Hence, they should be cautious. Almost all of their weapons were firearms. Hence, they could infer that they might be ordinary soldiers. Their existence was the so-called last line of defense. If any creatures really stumbled out of the dimensional space, then this group of ordinary soldiers was likely to lose their lives. Compared to ordinary people, there were very few star warriors, after all. However, even so, such a scene shouldn't have happened. 2 tents and a few ordinary soldiers guarding the last line of defense? Is China really that short of star warriors? Or could it be? There are too many dimensional spaces that have been opened up on the endless White Mountain Range, and too many troops are involved? As the vehicle stopped, the soldier in the driver's seat jumped out of the military vehicle and identified himself to the other soldiers. Afterwards, second last brought Jiang Shao to the door of the space that was emitting wisps of white mist. The overlapping space door was indeed a little dreamy. Without hesitation, second last bent down and barged into the white mist. Jiang Shao grabbed his sword and hurriedly followed her in. After that, Jiang Shao felt a chill and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The air was accompanied by a thin layer of mist, and the damp and cold feeling was extremely refreshing. The 2 figures, one large and one small, stood in the mist and observed their surroundings vigilantly. No one dared to act rashly. Fortunately, the mist around them was not too thick, and the 2 of them had a certain field of vision. Besides, several soldiers had already walked forward in the mist. Compared to the soldiers outside, the soldiers guarding the gate were slightly different. Whether it was in terms of weapons, equipment, aura, or posture, they were superior. Are these people star warriors? At this point, Jiang Shao was in a much better mood. The ordinary soldiers outside the door would not be abandoned at will. If an accident were to happen, the star warriors inside would definitely be the first to step forward. Please remember the direction you're heading in. If you receive an order to retreat, obey the order immediately and get back here as soon as possible. A soldier handed over 2 invisible earphones. On the military tent at the side, there was a red star flag fluttering high in the air. The special material was emitting a bright red light. The special color was very penetrative, and it could guide the soldiers home in the fog. The group of star warriors should be doing the work of the guardians. However, they were only temporarily stationed there, and the space would not continue to be developed. The master of cold weaponry that Second Last was looking for had also received a mission to destroy the holy ground. Second Last put on the invisible earphones, adjusted them, and said in a hoarse voice, "This is the location of the Space Special Warfare Team." The guard looked in the direction of the tent door and pointed into the depths of the fog. "Advance in this direction." Second Last nodded and pressed the invisible earphones with one hand. "Wendy, I'm a guardian of the night. Please respond if you hear me." Wendy was the name of the master of cold weaponry, who was also the leader of the Space Special Warfare Team. "Is this Officer Luan?" After a while, a gentle male voice sounded from the invisible earphones. He sounded rather young. Second Last said, "Yes." Wendy said, "The guards will inform you of the direction we're heading in. We haven't deviated from the route and are still searching for the location of the holy ground." Second Last said, "Maintain the same direction and slow down. Expand to both sides of the route and expand the search area. I'll be there soon." Wendy said, "Got it." Second Last turned around and looked down at Jiang Shao. "Leave the bag here." Jiang Shao handed the military backpack behind him to the guard. He understood what Second Last meant and thought, "Are we going to travel in a hurry? If we go at full speed, do you think the difference in speed between us can be made up with a bag?" "Follow me closely," Second Last said as she scurried out. Without the military backpack, Jiang Shao carried the sword on his back and scurried forward. After running for more than 100 meters, Jiang Shao realized that Second Last's speed was maintained at the limit of Jiang Zhao's speed. She's kind. As an awakened student, her physique was definitely excellent. Jiang Shao adjusted his breathing while adjusting his feet. Jiang Shao noticed that after the two of them ran past a flat terrain, the terrain took a sharp turn downward. It was a steep slope, so Jiang Shao had no choice but to think that he was in the middle of a mountain and that the flat ground just now was just a special terrain hidden on the peak of the mountain. Second Last maintained her speed and could run on flat ground, but Jiang Shao was in trouble because he couldn't run down the slope at all. As the stones on both sides slid down, Jiang Shao would be in danger of missing his footing at any time. All of a sudden, a rather ear-piercing chirp penetrated the layers of fog and resounded in the mountains. Then, another melodious chirp sounded, as if it was a response to the previous chirp. Jiang Shao got a great shock because the second chirp was right above his head. Jiang Shao tried his best to stop and look up, but he couldn't see the source of the sound through the layers of fog. The first sharp chirp sounded again, and it was clearly nearer to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao frantically pulled out the giant sword from his back and looked around warily. He was in the Snow Mountain domain dimensional space, where there were 3 types of creatures of other dimensions, one gold and the other platinum. The creatures of other dimensions here were not to be trifled with. If he wasn't careful, he might really become their food. Whoosh! Before Jiang Shao could react, he felt a gust of wind blowing past his head. A large and slender figure flew past Jiang Zhao's head like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, followed by the sounds of wings flapping violently and the chirping of birds. Finally, the sound of something being ripped apart could be heard. Second Last's nails were not long, but they were neat and tidy. However, with the use of her unique star technique, her fingers were like hard and sharp blades that instantly tore the strange bird that descended from the sky into pieces. The large bird was more than 2 meters long, and if it spread its wings, it would probably be more than 5 meters long. It had the head of a falcon and a body full of white feathers that fluttered around while its body struggled violently. The white color of the feathers blended with the color of the fog clearly giving the strange bird a natural camouflage. Jiang Shao placed the giant sword in front of him and raised his head slightly to observe his surroundings nervously. On the other hand, Second Last had already torn the big bird's head apart and taken out the star bead. She then wiped her blood-stained hands on the big bird's white wings and grabbed the wings of the big bird. She then swung her arms and tossed it into the sky. The large, strange bird flew away quickly and disappeared into the layers of fog. Second Last stood quietly and listened attentively. After a few seconds, she said, "Let's go." Jiang Shao thought to himself and reckoned that Second Last should have intentionally fed the bird. The corpse that was thrown out should have been eaten by her companion. At the same time, Jiang Shao gained a deeper understanding of Second Last's abilities. She had become much stronger after 9 months. In just a few seconds, she had effortlessly slaughtered a gold-quality white mountain snow eagle. This scene was extremely shocking to Jiang Shao. She did it casually and effortlessly. Is this the standard of a powerhouse in the Starfall stage? Jiang Shao didn't even see when she moved or when she flew over his head. Her ghostly figure and speed really gave Jiang Shao a great shock. Besides, she didn't even use many of her star techniques. She only used sharpness of silver quality, didn't she? Didn't they say that after the galaxy stage, the physical fitness of a star warrior would no longer be a rigid indicator, and there would no longer be a significant improvement? What's the limit of a human's physical body? I'm getting further and further down the path of fancy things. Why did you suddenly jump out and give me a lesson? Have you considered the feelings of a small fry in the nebula stage? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.